Relating to emergency management, Governor Walz has declared a state of emergency. In response to the state of emergency and in accordance with the Minnesota Statute Chapter 13D.021, the Board of Adjustments members and the applicant may participate by telephone or other electronic means. And the meeting will be broadcast live. Our first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If all members and those joining us could please join in with that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Thank you. We have a couple announcements to make at the beginning of our meeting. Members of the Board of Adjustments are appointed to the County Board of Commissioners with one member from each of the 5 commissioner districts, one member at large, and one member that is appointed from the Planning Commission. I'll give a brief overview of how the proceedings of the meeting will go this evening. I will read the variance request and then open the public hearing. While I'm reading, if the applicant, we can make sure that they are with us by phone, and any people that would like to be heard in regard to this application. The applicant and their or representative will be asked to state their name and their address for the record. All testimony will be recorded for the record. I will ask after the applicant is introduced, then I will give the environmental services staff, ask them to provide a brief overview of the request, the staff report, and any correspondence that might have been received in regard to this request. Then I'll ask the applicant to provide any input, corrections, concerns that they might have. Once the applicant and or their representative have provided the testimony, then the board will discuss the request and then ask questions of staff or the applicant. When the board has finished those questions, then I will ask if there's anyone else wishing to speak to this request. That could be other individuals that are with us, either with the WebEx or by phone. If there is, I will ask individuals to state their name and address for the record and then give their testimony. When all of the testimony is completed, I will ask the board members for a motion to close the public hearing. Once the motion has passed to close the public hearing, there will be no more input from the audience, from the applicant, or from environmental services unless the chair recognizes them or if one of the board members wants some additional clarification. Our first item for this evening is to approve the meeting minutes of the June 25th, 2020 meeting. Is there a member that would make a motion?
Mike Kane, I so move.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we do have a second, I believe. Was that Jacob?
Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Our first regular item for the meeting is to consider a request from Jolene Gardner and Jeremy Schammel of Savage, Minnesota from sections 9.9.9A3, 10.2.11A1A, 10.2.11A4A, and 10.2.11AB of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to create a recreational camping vehicle envelope that does not meet the required structural setback of the OHWL of Cedar Island Lake, which is classified as a recreational development lake, is in a bluff impact zone and does not meet the required structural setback from the top of a bluff. To place a water-orientated structure in a bluff impact zone and does not meet the required structural setback requirement from the top of the bluff, and to place a detached residential accessory structure less than 30 feet from the platted road of Langvin Drive, a Wakefield Township road, is less than 30 feet from the top of a bluff and in the bluff impact zone. The said ordinance requires a structural setback of at least 30 feet from a platted road, requires a structural setback of at least 100 feet from the OHWL of lakes classified as recreational development, requires a structural setback of at least 30 feet from the top of a bluff and does not allow for structures in the bluff impact zone. The affected property is Lot 1, less the southwest triangle, and Lot 2, Block 1 of Jody Estates First Edition, Section 32, Track 123 North, Range 30 West, Wakefield Township. The property address is 20521 Langevine Drive, Richmond, Minnesota. And is our applicant with us this evening?
Yes, we are here.
Yes, we're here.
All right, thank you. We'll be back to you in just a couple minutes. Staff, if we could have an overview of the application, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dave Knopfler with Stearns County Environmental Services. The owners purchased lots 1 and 2, Block 1 of Jody Estates First Edition in December of 2019. The plat of Jody Estates First Edition was platted in 1971. The lots are combined as each lot does not meet the minimum lot size requirements. Lot 1 is approximately 39,750 square feet in lot area, and Lot 2 is approximately 34,070 square feet in lot area, combined 73,820 square feet. The original owners of lots 1 and 2, Block 1, applied for and received a variance on May 21st, 1979, to place a manufactured home on Lot 2, Block 1. A construction site permit was then issued on June 11th, 1979, for the placement of the manufactured home on Lot 1, Block 1. At that time, there were no requirements concerning bluff setbacks in the shoreline management ordinance in effect at that time. The original owners created a flat area with a driveway off of Langevin Drive to access Lot 1 and constructed a retaining wall. The bluff definitions and setback requirements were adopted into the shoreline management ordinance as a result of the state of Minnesota shoreline rules revision sometime in the early 1990s. That manufactured home was removed from the property sometime between 2005 and 2010. The applicants are proposing a recreational camping vehicle envelope approximately 25 feet by 80 feet on Lot 1, Block 1 in a relatively flat area that is located in the bluff impact zone and is approximately 70 feet from the ordinary high water level of the lake. As the relatively flat area does not meet the requirements of being a 50-foot segment with a slope of 18% or less to not be considered in the bluff and does not meet the required 100-foot structural setback requirements to the ordinary high water level of the lake. Also, the applicants had placed a small shed, less than 150 square feet in area, in the same location. While the recreational camping vehicle had placed on the lot for 30 calendar days or less in a year and shed of 150 square feet or less in building area do not require a construction site permit, both the recreational camping vehicle and shed are required to meet all structural setback requirements. The applicants are also proposing to construct a 30 by 32 detached accessory structure with 12-foot sidewalls and 17 feet, 10 inches in total building height on Lot 2, Block 1. The proposed location of the detached accessory structure is 10 feet from the platted right-of-way along Langevin Road, outside of the utility easement, and 8 feet from the top of the bluff. The location of the proposed accessory structure garage doors are on the north side of the structure with the driveway off where the driveway off of Langevin Drive will be located. There were permits issued for, or variance issued for the manufactured home in 1979, no closer than 20 feet from and not further than 50 feet from the platted right-of-way of Lot 2, Block 1, and a construction site permit was issued for the placement of the manufactured home. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Cedar Island Lake, is not located in floodplain, and Cedar Island Lake is on the impaired waters list for aquatic consumption and recreation. The property is zoned R1. The current impervious lot coverage is approximately 2%. With the proposed accessory structure and driveway, the proposed impervious lot coverage would be approximately 4.5%. Langevin Road is a platted road that is 66 feet in width. However, Wakefield Township does not maintain this road, and Wakefield Township has designated that Stearns County will conduct public hearings for variances from Langevin Road setback requirements. There are no reasonable alternatives to the requested variance. Wakefield Township, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, the Sauk River Watershed District, Sauk River Chain of Lakes Association, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. And then staff would ask how many board members made it to the site, and if you didn't, please state that you didn't, and if any of the board members had conversations with the applicant.
Dave Camerod, I did not make it.
Okay, with that, we will assume that all other board members did visit the site and did not have contact with anyone, significant contact with anyone at the site. All right, we would then move on to the applicants. If you would like to share with us your thoughts about this request.
Hi, I'm Jolene Gardner, and thank you for taking the time with us today. Sorry we can't meet you all in person, but I know these are interesting times. So what I wanted to just add to this is with the request, we tried to do everything in the request that would minimize the impact to the lot itself and any shoreland. So using some of the existing flat space that was already created there for the camping envelope, and then the other flat space that was already kind of nearest to the road, farthest from the lake, to propose the garage. In addition, kind of what we've written into the variance, but we would be willing to put some more investment into the lot to preserve the lakeshore. There's a retaining wall that was previously built that's falling down and in desperate need of repair. And if permitted and approved, we would wish to repair that. So we've been working with the landscaper, and they're working with the county to make sure we follow all the appropriate permits for that one. And if that makes sense, we would go ahead and do that. And then also repair the stairs that currently are kind of in disrepair as well, that are going from the camping area down to the lake. So everything we're trying to do is to preserve, obviously, the beauty of the area and protect the environment that is around there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, I think that's all we have. Thank you.
Okay. Now we would move on to board members if they have any questions for either staff or the applicant at this time.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, a question for staff. Dave, is there any location on these two lots that the applicants could use and meet all setback and ordinance rules?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dave Knopfler. No.
Okay.
Not anywhere on the lot that you would be able to either need a variance from the road setback. Both lots are bluff. There are some areas that aren't bluff. However, there is a drainage easement that runs through both sides. There isn't a lot of area.
And then, Madam Chair, a follow-up question then for the applicants. When you purchased the two lots in 2019, were you aware of the setback provisions that are in the ordinances and the impact that that might have on your ability to use these lots?
We were aware of the setback related to the garage, and that was designated an impact zone. And so we knew and immediately started working with Dave and the county on preparing that. We were not aware that the bluff setback applied to the camping area. So that one I thought was a camping area since it had been used that way for many years. That one was a surprise to us.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of staff, the image that's on the screen right now where we have blue lines and red hashed lines and green lines, I didn't quite understand what those were all indicating. Could you better describe what green lines and the blue and red lines mean, please?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dave Knopfler. So the blue lines are the indicators of the property lines. The red line would be bluff. The green line, the dotted line on lot 2 and lot 1 shows the buildable area. However, it does not show the drainage easement that goes through both of those areas and cuts them basically in half.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Bonnie Mossman. I have one question for staff. It appears, is there a property line that runs through a building, or is that just, you know, a glitch on our drawing?
The aerial photos and drawings, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dave Knopfler. While the blue line indicates the property line, that those maps are not survey accurate. They give us an idea of where the property line is, but for that property line to be actually determined would be the certificate of survey. And if you look at that certificate of survey that was provided with the application, it shows that shed is actually, would actually be on the neighbor's property, not on this property.
I just wanted to verify that we weren't having an issue there. All right, other board members with questions before we move on to our other guests? All right, we would then invite if there's other people that would like to have comment.
Yeah, I do. And my name's Kristen Conrad. My address is 20453 Langdon Drive. I'm the neighbor of the applicant. I have a couple questions on this. The property owners just stated that they knew about the bluff impact when it's like specifically in the ordinance. Secondly, if they do this, how are they going to control the runoff? How are they going to control the erosion? Where they want to put it would be right where our privacy is. Then also, as I found out, they have building structures on there before they came out with permits. So that doesn't seem right. Then also, if they do, the dust control, how is that going to control when I have 3 kids with severe asthma and not get all their dust and dirt on ours? Secondly, the lack of doing the shoreline. We have a pretty rough shoreline with rocks and whatnot. And with them doing that, how are they going to preserve our lots if they're having runoff and the shifting? Secondly, when I brought this up to Dave Klappa, he threatened me, stating that ours had a variance. Ours was 15 years ago, had nothing to do with them, didn't have a thing. So that is not correct. And then also the ground shifting. And I have 3 kids with autism. I can't even bring up my kids because the new neighbors have made it so terrible up there. They cut down trees on my yard, and that is not okay. They're rude, and it's just not correct. and they say mean comments about my kids, and my kid has severe PTSD. So we can't even enjoy our property that we've owned for longer just because these people think they're entitled, because that is not right.
Okay, thank you for your comments. I'll just make a couple of comments about your concerns. In regard to relationships between yourself and your children and your neighbors, those really would not be in the parameter of this board to deal with. So if you have, personal issues between landowners that really needs to be set aside from this issue. When we look at a application, we do not look at the people that are applying. We look at the land itself. And that's the only thing that we can make a decision on is it appropriate to this land setting? Now, as far as you mentioned privacy, they are required to do a 10-foot setback from the property line. That would be, in relationship to your privacy question. If you're referring to dust and dirt, if you're referring to that from the driveway or the road that's going back and forth, the road would be the responsibility of the landowners because it's a non-maintained township road. So
I'm
that
not talking about the road.
okay. Could you clarify what you're
I'm
speaking of
talking
then?
about if they get the variance. We right now our soil is so bad. If you touch our trees, it falls. The road and the solid up there, the soil is not good. So therefore, if they're coming up to build this thing, this huge building, when they specifically, as you heard from my neighbor Jolene, they knew about the setback rule. They knew about the bluff. And then they go ahead and build their camping and their thing and they have 3.41 acres. I don't care how much is. They can put a huge black fence around it too. And you know what? Oh, they can't build. There are other flat spots on that property. And it should not be on us because they decided to buy a property that doesn't meet their requirements. And we shouldn't have to. And like the dust and the dirt of them building is what I'm saying, coming over because there's no trees. Because our neighbor cut down our tree.
Okay, in regard to the dust and the dirt upon construction, there's standard practices that would be put into place during construction that should control that. And that would be something that you would need to address at the time because we can't really guarantee now what would and would not happen in regard to dust. I'm going to open it up to the applicant if they would like to respond to any of those concerns because those are maybe items that they've thought about and that they would be able to, address. And I think we want to be sure that we're keeping any personal relationships between the landowners out of our discussions. Thank you. So if the applicants would, if they don't care to respond, that's fine also.
So this is Jolene. I'll start. So as it relates to the dust, of course, we'll work with our contractor to do whatever steps we can to minimize that and the impact. I just would like to comment that some of the testimony from our neighbor is just not true. So, would love the opportunity to actually talk to our neighbor and build that relationship going forward. So hopefully after this, we'll have some time to do that, but you wanted to add something too?
Well, I was also going to say we did redesign the structure so that the roof line is not going, runoff down the bluff, but perpendicular. And then, we offered to gutter the sides, put in rock, whatever, to make sure we're controlling any runoff. So that, we did try to do what we could to minimize. And yeah, I'm unclear of the tree. I know the utility workers came in and maybe they took down a tree, but I have no idea what that comment is about.
And Matt also has things to say as well, too.
Okay, if you could share your thoughts, Matt.
Hello, Matt Wright, 2053 Lincoln Lane. So one of my concerns would be the road going into the property is already pretty much eroded out through the last rainstorm. Now they're going to be bringing in heavy machinery, a lot of trucks coming down. It's already been stated it is a road that is unmaintained. So their stuff is going to kind of ruin our road. Our driveway is right next to the property line. It was there when we bought it. Everything on the property was as is when the property was purchased. So hopefully nothing can be used against us. I know it's been tried, but now we're going to have a structure 10 feet away from our property line, right next to our driveway. It's going to inconvenience us. It's going to inconvenience them. They've got 3 acres and 10 feet away from our property line. I mean, come on already.
What I would comment about the 10 feet from the property line, and that is what is allowed within the county ordinances. And so property owners do have the right to put a driveway, within 10 feet of their property line. Are there other comments from our extra guests?
And I understand that the driveway and things, they have a massive driveway already down at the thing where they have their privacy. Putting a thing that's 10 feet away, and yes, you know what, about my children, you know what, it's medically that damaging, having them so close to something that is not. I understand that. And our testimony from our neighbor, that's a lie. They never said anything to us about gutters. They never said anything about rocks. They never said anything. So I don't appreciate them lying on that.
Just to clarify that one, can we?
I've never talked to you about it.
All right.
Jeremy didn't say that. He just said we talked about doing that with the county.
No,
And
you
sorry for the
said we
confusion.
talked to them about it. So.
Them being the county. So I just wanted to clarify that we made that confusing. Apologize for that.
Yeah, so on that, so basically on the water, why should our lot be ruined? Because they decided to buy a lot where it has a lot of, and I'm sorry that it doesn't meet a lot of the requirements. So why should our lot be suffered and the erosion and the runoff and the soil and that because they want to do that? So that's all I
erosion and runoff is part of the construction site permit that they would receive. Those things would be addressed at the time that they get that permit if we offer them their variance. And everyone has the right to apply for a variance, in relationship to the ordinances of the county. That's a citizen's right to do that. And that's why this board exists, is for that very reason. Are there any board members that have questions of either the guests or the applicants at this time before we move on to closing the public hearing?
Madam Chair, this is Jill DeLong. The question that I have is, neighbor did mention Dave Knafla saying there was a variance on their property. Just looking at the aerial shot, it looks like perhaps maybe the cabin or the building itself, the home itself that's on the neighboring property is about the same distance as the proposed shed location is in the road right of way. Is that what the variance was for, or was it for a different item?
The variance would be for the road right of way and also in regard to the bluff.
I'm sorry. I meant the neighbor's variance. Was it with regard to the right of way? Sorry.
It wasn't our variance. It was already put in purchase when we bought that. The people before us owned that property for almost 20 years. So you can't go ahead and use that against us because these people, that's what Dave Kalaffa did and said, I might as well just give it to him because you have a variance. So, that is not right. And also, we didn't have any neighbors it would be affecting any of it because the previous owner was very thoughtful and considerate of the other neighbors.
Okay, this is Bonnie Motzman, the chair. At this point in time, the variance of the neighboring property really is not relevant to what our discussion or our decision is at this point in time. So, board members, are there additional questions that they have of either the applicant or staff?
Mike Kane, I have a question for the applicants. On the size of the shed, is there a reason why you chose that size and the height of those doors?
Yeah, it primarily, we don't plan to use it very often, just to store our boat in. It's at the dock during the year. We have a fishing boat and a pontoon and our travel trailer that we would like to store in there throughout the winter. And that's the height. I mean,
The garage doors would need to be that tall to accommodate the travel trailer, the Airstream that would go into it, and that long to have enough room for it to go into it.
There's no plans of ever converting space to be livable in that shed?
It has a gravel floor or a class 5 floor, and we don't plan to install electrical or, yeah, it's strictly for storage. And so, I mean, I would also say it won't be used that often. It'll be seasonal use to bring stuff in and out of.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, additional questions?
Yep, I have a question. So they want one to store their
Could you please identify yourself so that on the recording? Thank you.
I'm Kristen. And so they can go ahead and build a shed to store their things. Isn't there storage units around different places that wouldn't affect the bluff, that wouldn't affect the land, that would not affect anything, even erosion on theirs and erosion on ours? Why ruin something when it's clearly stated in the ordinance on that? That makes no sense. Why do they have to have something so big? I can understand storing stuff, but they don't need to build something. And seasonal, I don't care if it's seasonal or not seasonal. It makes no sense. That's why there's storage units close by. There's other things like that. So why, if they're not going to use it, then what's the point of having it on there to store their things when they clearly can store it someplace else and not have to ruin the road, the neighbors, everything?
Okay. The applicants do have, the right to ask for something. And then this board will, discuss it and make a determination. I think we're ready for a motion now to close the public hearing.
So move, Mike Kane.
We have a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second, Dennis Gregory.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, opposed? Hearing no opposition, we will close the public hearing, which also includes we would, with our WebEx, we would mute all of these sounds from anyone other than board members at this point in time. Thank you. All right, board members, is there additional discussion before we go on to the findings of fact?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, do we plan to do two separate findings of fact here?
I have the findings of fact typed up in different possibilities. We can either do all three findings together or we can do three separate. I'm thinking that three separate probably is going to be a good route, but what do board members think about that?
Madam Chair, I would suggest that we, from my point of view, we could do the camping and the accessory structure together and then the garage separately, but other members may have different
All right.
thoughts.
What are the thoughts of other members?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I agree with Member Gregory on having the two.
All right.
Dave Gamrod, I would also agree with that.
Mike Kane, I'll agree with that.
2 is fine for me.
All right. It sounds like that would be satisfactory with all board members then. Then we will begin with findings of fact.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong,
Yes.
I'm sorry for the interruption. The question that I had regarding the neighbor's variance was just for my own context to understand if it was, it just seems very similar if it were how close that building is to this the road to how close this proposed shed is to the road. If that's what the variance was, I think it help me better understand the situation. It's not to attack the person
And
called in.
and maybe I probably misstated that. I didn't mean that it wasn't relevant, but that I wanted the guests to understand that they have the right to ask for a variance. Every citizen has a right to ask for a variance, and what the neighbors did or didn't receive as a variance wouldn't negate their ability to do that. So I didn't. So that's how I meant that.
Madam
So if
Chair,
we're ready, yes, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Dennis.
I would just add a comment to that, Dennis Gregory. Each situation is very unique. So even if the neighbor did receive a variance that seems similar, each property is unique. And so while I think it's interesting and might provide context, I don't think it provides any precedent to this situation.
I would agree with that. Then I will go ahead and read the two parts of the request that we'll do the findings for first. And the two parts will be combined is to create a recreational camping vehicle envelope that does not meet the required structural setback to the OHWL of Cedar Island Lake, classified as a recreational development lake, is in a bluff impact zone and does not meet the required structural setback from the top of the bluff, and to place a water-orientated accessory structure in a bluff impact zone and does not meet the required structural setback requirement from the top of the bluff. So both of those items should be considered when you are answering these questions. Okay, number one, is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located? Yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I just want to clarify, in agenda item 1 under the alternatives recommended conditions where they recommend that it be split, it states that the first part regarding the small accessory structure and the camping vehicle envelope would be an after the fact findings for variance. Is that what we're following for this one?
Bonnie, you're muted.
Thank you. The water-oriented accessory structure and the recreational camping vehicle envelope would both be after the fact. The residential accessory structure that we will do in the second findings of fact would be a new request.
Thank you for clarifying.
All right, we will begin with question number 1. Is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located? And when we answer, please, if our justification for our answers could include both the reasons for the accessory structure and for the vehicle envelope. Right, is there someone that would like to speak to question number 1?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, question for staff. So with the required structural setback of the lake for recreational camping vehicle envelopes, what can I get a better understanding on what the purpose of that control is, please?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dave Knopfler, Stearns County Environmental Services. It's just a structural setback from the ordinary high water level of the lake.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So there's not a difference. So it's it's a structure. It doesn't matter if it's a recreational camping vehicle or a building or anything. It's just a structure setback. There's not one specific to recreational camping vehicles.
That is correct.
All right, if we can,
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, this is an R1 zoning district. Both accessory structures, 150 feet, and other structures are allowed in R1.
I agree with that.
Bonnie, you're muted, just so you know.
thank you. So Dennis is a yes, and Mike, give us Jill,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
and I would be a yes as well. Okay, question number 2. Is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe that the purposes and intent of the official controls are to protect bluffs and protect the lake. And by having this recreational vehicle closer to the lake than as expected, it also sounds like their retaining wall is falling apart as well. It sounds like it might be an unstable area of the ground. I don't know. I do not think that it's in harmony with protecting the lake and the bluff.
Okay, Jill is a no. I'm going to say that in this particular property, the recreational vehicle would be basically positioned as far from the lake as possible without cutting into the bluff. And because my thought also is because it is a recreational vehicle and it's not a building where we'll be cutting into the soil, we won't be digging footings. The bluff should not be impacted, especially because it's heavily vegetated at this time, and I don't believe that it would, affect the bluff or the runoff into the lake any more than any other structure that would meet the setback. So I am going to say yes on this item. Okay, we'll have comments or votes from other board members. Dennis?
Madam Chair, I'm struggling, frankly, a little bit with this question. I think protecting bluffs is of utmost important, and I appreciate your comments. I think they're well said about the potential impact in this case. The other thing that's maybe leaning me toward a yes is the fact that there was a manufactured home in that spot. The area was flattened prior to the official controls that are now in place. And while this isn't a quote replacement of that manufactured home, it is a similar use to that. And I think when anyone buys 2 lots and there was a previous use, there is somewhat of an expectation that they should be able to use that property in that manner. So long dissertation, but my feeling would be yes as well.
Thank you. Mike?
I will vote yes.
Dave?
I would vote no.
Jake?
Yes.
Sean?
I'm a yes.
All right, thank you. We have 2 noes and 5 yeses on question number 2, making that a majority of yes. Number 3, the variance request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And please state the goals and objective numbers.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I would say that it's a no under natural resources protection. 7, objective 2 for developing and employing land use regulations and other techniques for protection.
All right, do we have anyone else that has a different view?
Madam Chair, Mike Hain. I believe under Goal 6, Objective 3, identify appropriate locations for seasonal homes and settings that afford a variety of natural amenities. I believe that this is a seasonal mobile home, camper, whatever. It's for recreational use, and it does not have footings or foundation. That it can be moved if necessary. So I believe it would be a yes.
All right, thank you. I'll do a roll call for the rest. Dennis?
I would say yes, and I would just add that the applicants had expressed a desire to do water mitigation efforts, and if this variance ultimately passes, if we are going to have that as a condition of the variance, I would vote yes on this.
Okay, thank you. Dave?
My comment would be I'm a little bit concerned about there's nothing mentioned about sewage treatment or anything that it pressures me to say probably with the information we have, I would vote no.
Bonnie, you're muted.
Jake?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
And I would be a yes. We would be 2 noes, 5 yeses, which would be a majority of yes for number 3.
Madam
Number
Chair,
4, yes.
Mike Hain, could we ask the applicants what their plan is for the sewage if they have a camper park there, how they dispose of that? It would be good information to know.
Yeah, we have a portable tank and we take it to, is it Painesville?
Painesville.
Yeah, Painesville, and dump it there.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Then we're ready to move on to question number 4. Is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by the official controls?
Madam Chair, Sean Blackburn. It certainly seems reasonable to me. They want to be able to use this property, and it seems to be in a reasonable fashion.
Okay, thank you. Is there, we'll do a roll call on this. Dennis?
I would agree, and I would again further state that staff indicated there was no building envelope on this property in effect because of the drainage easements.
Jill?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
And Jake?
Yes.
And I would also be a yes. So we would be a unanimous yes on number 4. Question number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner? Well, I would say that it is unique to the property because of the bluffs, the rest of the layout of the property as far as the steep cliff or steep angle to the lake. It's heavily wooded or heavily with a lot of green growing there, and I'm believing their intention is to not disturb that as much as possible. So I am a yes for number 5. Votes from others? Dennis?
Yes.
Jill?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Dave? Okay, I'll come back to Dave. Jake?
Yes.
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
And Dave, did we hear a yes from you?
Yes, it did. I bumped the button.
Okay, thank you. And item number 6 is, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality? Yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, by having just an RV in what's already a flattened area and just having a shed, it's all hidden from the road, it's mostly hidden from the neighbors, it's mostly hidden from the lake. It will not change the essential character of the locality, especially if it's just being used seasonally.
Bonnie, you're muted.
Those buttons are really touchy. So Dennis?
Yes.
Mike?
Yeah.
And I will say yes, and especially I'd like to comment, if their plan is to put the RV into storage, you know, even in the winter time when the leaves are off the trees, if you're looking in from the lake, then you won't see anything really there if the recreational vehicle is in storage during the winter. Dave?
Yes.
Jake?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
And question number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic concerns. Yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, economics weren't discussed as part of this variance request.
All right, thank you. We'll do roll call. Dennis?
Yes.
Jill?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Jake?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
And I am a yes. So we have a unanimous yes on number 7. So we are ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we approve a variance for the applicants to create a recreational camping vehicle envelope and to place a water-oriented accessory structure that do not meet the required structural setback requirements.
All right, and are there any conditions that you are adding to this?
Yep, that's what I was just looking for. Sorry.
Okay.
And I don't remember when we were going to implement our new process about engineered water mitigation versus having the folks work directly with the applicants. If we're implementing the new process, I would just say a condition that they need to work with soil and water conservation to come up with a water mitigation runoff plan.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Angie Berg, Stearns County Environmental Services. So to answer that question, we were going to be starting that for the August meeting. And so I think it would be premature at this point for the Board of Adjustment to place a condition like that, because what we're going to be bringing to it for future applications is some idea of, is the site suitable? And I know based on my site inspection of the property, trying to do something in between the envelope and the lake would be disturbing more bluff area. And so I think at this point, it would be tough to try to figure out what that mitigation would look like for this RV location.
So,
And I do believe the applicant did indicate that they were working with the county as far as like the repair of that retaining wall, if that's possible or not. I think that was part of their plan moving forward. That probably would come to the planning commission, I would believe, rather than us, if they do choose to do that.
Madam Chair, that would typically be a replacement retaining wall would be permitted as a minor shoreline alteration. And we can certainly discuss that with the applicants in terms of is there, any particular water mitigation when they replace the retaining wall. I would say that we'll deal with it at that point would be our preference.
okay.
Okay,
And-
thank you.
And so a condition would be to replace the retaining wall and work with soil and water conservation in that process?
Well, in the process of them discussing it with the county, they would be discussing all those issues, I believe.
Correct, but the condition would be that they need to replace that retaining wall, and which would then lead to the discussion with the county about water mitigation.
Madam Chair, Angie Berg. So when I viewed the property, and you probably did too, when most of the members were out there, and I didn't go in the fenced area, but I did not see any active erosion from the retaining wall. So I would not know that it would be a condition of the variance to require the replacement of the retaining wall. If there's active erosion, then we would, definitely work with them on getting that done sooner than later. I did not see that when I was out there.
Well,
And I would concur that when I looked at the retaining wall, and it did look like it was in maybe tough shape, and at some point in time would be need to be replaced. But I would agree. I saw a lot of vegetation growing on both sides of the retaining wall, but didn't see erosion.
so Angie, I've made 2 attempts to provide some type of water mitigation. I would certainly take your recommendation on how we can get water mitigation as a condition of this variance that would meet the meet the expectations of staff.
I'm wondering if when we look at water mitigation, that might be an issue that we'll look at with the shed as well, possibly rain gutters or something there. I don't know, but if that would extend to this section of property because it's in 2 sections, I don't know.
Madam Chair, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. Is there someone that would like to make a motion then in regard to, are you withdrawing your motion or withdrawing your condition?
I'm withdrawing my motion because I think there should be a condition.
And you're free to, add a condition to your motion, and then if it does or doesn't pass, we would do another motion.
I'm going to leave someone else take a try at it. I've tried twice and have not
Okay.
been successful.
All right. Is there a member that would like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, Sean Blackburn. I'm going to make a motion that we approve this variance application.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Mike Keen, I'll second that.
All right. All in favor? We'll do a roll call, I believe. All right, so we have Sean and Mike have already been accounted for. Jake,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Jill,
Aye.
Dennis,
Nay.
and I'm an aye. So we have a motion that is carried. Then we'll move on to the findings of fact for the residential accessory structure. So this findings of fact will be to place a detached residential accessory structure less than 30 feet from the platted road of Langvin Drive, a Wakefield Township road, is less than 30 feet from the top of a bluff and in the bluff impact zone. Number one, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, this R1 zoned area and accessory structures are approved in this R1 zone.
Okay. We'll do, is there anyone that disagrees with Mike's thoughts on this one? We'll do a roll call vote. Dennis,
Yes.
Jill,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Jake,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. All right, number two, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls and any related ordinances, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, similar to the previous one, I believe that the general purposes and intent of the official controls are to protect the bluff, and I don't know how this will protect the bluff. So I think that it is not in harmony.
Okay, we have a no. Is there anyone that has a differing comment? All right, I'll do a roll call on this one. Dennis,
I agree with Jill, so no.
Mike,
No.
Dave,
Nope.
Jake,
No.
Sean,
Let's say yes.
and I will be a yes. Number three, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe that it's not consistent with the comprehensive plan for Goal 7, Objective 2, develop and employ land use regulations and other techniques for natural resource protection.
Okay, is there anyone that has a different comment?
Madam Chair, Sean Blackburn, land use plan, agricultural goals. When we look at growth and development, objective 1, to recognize and respond to the differences in community needs and character. So this is a different need for a unique piece of property, and we need to account for it to allow these people to be able to use their property.
Okay. All right, we have one no and one yes. Dennis,
No.
Mike,
No.
Dave,
No.
Jake,
No.
and I'm going to agree with Sean and be a yes. Number four, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I believe having an accessory structure on a 3-acre parcel is reasonable.
Okay, is there any different comments? And I'll do a roll call. Dennis,
Yes.
Jill,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Jake,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
And I am a yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I do think it is due to circumstances unique to the property. They bought a property that was mainly a bluff, and there just isn't a place to put a structure.
Okay, different comments? Then I'll do roll call. Jill,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Jake,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
and I am a yes. Number 6, the variance if granted maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I believe by adding a accessory structure is not going to significantly change the character of the area. There's other houses and accessory structures along that road as well, so the character will not change.
All right, any different comments? All right, I will do roll call. Dennis,
Yes.
Jill,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Jake,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no? I will state, I don't believe that economics were really mentioned as part of this request. Dennis,
Yes.
Jill,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Jake,
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
All right, that completes our findings of fact. We are ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, will make a motion that we deny the variance application to place a detached residential accessory structure less than 30 feet from the road and 30 feet from the top of the bluff.
Okay, thank you for your motion. Is there a second?
Jill DeLong, I second.
All right, we'll do a roll call vote. We have a no or a yes on a vote to deny from Dennis and from Jill. Mike,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Jake,
Yes.
Sean,
No.
and I vote no. We have a 2-5 vote. So the vote to deny carries. So if the applicant has additional questions about what they can do, they should contact county staff during regular business hours by means of the phone. Okay, thank you. And we're now moving on to item number 2 on our agenda. Item number 2 is to consider a request from Joshua Hartung of Albany, Minnesota, from Section 6.5 of Stearns County Subsurface Sewage Treatment System Ordinance 422 to construct a holding tank as a sewage treatment system to serve as an other establishment. The said ordinance does not allow for the use of holding tanks to serve other establishments. The affected property is 2 acres of the part of Government Lot 10, Section 31, Track 126 North, Range 31 West of Crane Township. Property address is 25029 385th Street, Albany, Minnesota. Okay. Is the applicant with us by phone or WebEx?
I'm here.
Okay, the applicant is with us and we'll be back to you shortly. If the staff member could please give us an overview of the request.
Yeah,
Good evening,
I'm
Madam Chair, members of the board.
I can hear it.
Am I on or not?
You know,
Gotcha,
the
Dave.
microphone
Okay.
at the bottom has it's black.
Some can hear me and some can't.
Open it.
We can hear you, Dave.
Yeah, all right. All right, okay. The applicant purchased this property in April of 2012. He's operating a home extended business, which is cabinet making, within his existing residential accessory structure, which was constructed in 1989. He registered the home extended business in June, a month ago in June of 2020. The applicant would like to, or is proposing to construct a 36 by 48 addition onto the existing shed, and he would like to add a convenience toilet into that addition. He's self-employed. The design flow for the business is minimal at 17.5 gallons per day. And his designer would recommend the holding tank because of the very limited flow. And the most likely location for a drain field would be encumbered by a waterway. The property is not within a shoreland overlay. Municipal services are not available to this property. The City of St. Anthony, Crane Township, Sauk River Watershed District, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified. The property is in an A40 zoning district. However, it's only 2 acres, and so it's R1 setbacks. The applicant has submitted a holding tank design by a licensed designer, and that includes a signed maintenance contract. Recommended conditions would be to grant or deny the variance as requested based on the findings. If the variance is granted, then pumping maintenance records shall be submitted annually, and that would be part of the permitting process. I do not have any correspondence. And who did not make it out to the site? Everybody made it out to the site? Okay.
David, Mike Kane, I did speak with Joshua while I was there. He showed me the layout and what his proposal was.
Okay. With that, Madam Chair, I have nothing further.
We did, all right. Then we'll let the applicant share with us their thoughts.
I don't know.
And you don't have to share anything right now, but you can if you wish. Okay, then we'll move on to, is there anyone in addition to the applicant that is here to speak to this application? Okay, staff is indicating that there is not. Then do we have any questions for the applicant before we close the public hearing?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, question for the applicant. Do you have any plans in the future of having any additional employees?
No.
Okay, thank you. And I additionally have a question for staff. Could you explain what the waterway, the major waterway is? I was at the site, but I didn't quite understand what the waterway is.
Madam Chair, Jill, the waterway is basically where the surface runoff from the property goes through behind the existing shed. That it appears as though it would flow off the driveway and the existing house, and that would be the most likely location for a drain field, at least in the opinion of the designer. And then there is a deep well in the shed that constricts that area a little bit as well.
Thank you.
Okay, if there aren't any more questions, before we close the public hearing, we could go ahead and close and then have discussion following. Is there a motion to close?
So moved. Dennis Gregory.
Okay, we have a motion from Dennis to close. Is there a second?
Mike Kane, second.
Okay, and do we have anyone in opposition to that motion? Hearing none, we'll mark it as a unanimous yes. Then, is there any discussion or questions, or are we ready for findings? Hearing no additional discussion, I'll move on to findings. The variance request is to construct a holding tank as a sewage treatment system to serve an other establishment. Number one, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located. Yes or no?
Madam Chair, it's Mike Kane. The subject property is a A40 zone, but restricted to R1, and that is allowed in those districts.
All right, is there anyone that disagrees with Mike's assessment of yes for number one? Hearing none, I will mark that as a unanimous yes. Number two, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls and any related ordinances, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe that the ordinances are there to handle waste, make sure that it's being handled properly for the amount of waste that will be produced, as this will be a very small use. The professional designers have determined that this different kind of holding tank system is more appropriate for this place, and I believe that is within harmony of the general purposes and intents.
Okay, thank you. So Jill is yes. Is there anyone that disagrees with Jill's assessment of yes for number two? Hearing none, I'll mark that as a yes. Number three, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, Goal 7, Objective 1 is to evaluate land use changes based on how they respond to existing natural systems. And as Jill just mentioned in her comments, the designer is recommending this system to protect the natural environment.
All right, so we have a yes from Dennis. Is there anyone that disagrees with Dennis's assessment of yes? Hearing none, I'll mark that as a unanimous yes. Number four, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I believe it's a reasonable matter to have a small business with a self-employment to have a toilet facility to use during the workday.
Does anyone disagree with Mike's assessment of yes for number four? Hearing none, we'll mark that as a unanimous yes. Number five, the plight of the landowner is due to the circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner. Yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, the plight of the landowner is due to where the waterway is, where the well currently is, and the proposed driveway, I guess not the proposed driveway, but the other two. And so I do think it is unique to the property.
Okay, does anyone disagree with Dennis's assessment of yes for number five? Then I'll mark that as a unanimous yes. Number six, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, the locality is rural, it's farms with varying shed sizes. This is just adding another shed or increasing a shed size, but the actual variance is for the sewage treatment system underground, so it will not change the essential character of the locality. So it's yes.
All right, does anyone disagree with with Jill's assessment of yes for number 6? Hearing none, I'll mark it as a unanimous yes. And number 7, the need for the variance involves more than the economic considerations, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, economics was not part of the discussion.
All right, does anyone disagree with yes for number 7? Okay, hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. And before we take the vote, I'd just like to check with the applicant. I believe when the applicant declined making any comments, he didn't give us his name and address. And just so that we have it for the official record that you officially did decline comment, if you could give us your name and address again.
Josh Hartung, 25029, 385th Street, Albany, 56307.
All right, thank you. And we are now ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I make a motion that we approve the variance to install a holding tank as the applicant's request to install a holding tank as a sewage treatment system.
Madam Chair, Member Gregory, I'd like to add also in the recommended conditions that if the variance is granted, then pumping maintenance records shall be submitted annually as part of the permitting process.
And Dennis, would you accept that as an amendment to your motion?
So a question for staff. I thought the pumping maintenance records was an automatic requirement of a holding tank.
Madam Chair, Dennis, it's a piece of the permitting process that those records are submitted annually, the maintenance records.
So, just a point of clarification, do we need a condition or will that automatically occur?
That's going to be a condition of the septic permit itself.
Okay.
So it sounds like it would be automatic and we wouldn't need to add it. Is that what your point is, Dennis?
Yes.
Okay.
I will leave my motion without a condition.
Okay. And Jill, would you second that without the addition?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? I'll do a roll call. Mike?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Jake?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. And Dennis and Jill made the motion. So the motion carries. And we will move on to our next item on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 3 is to consider a request from Audrey and Eric Nierenhusen, Richmond, Minnesota, from sections 9.9.9A1 of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to alter, expand the roof pitch and construct a covered deck on an existing legal non-conforming residential dwelling located in an R1 zoning district less than 10 feet from a side property line. The said ordinance requires a minimum side property line setback of 10 feet in an R1 zoning district, and the affected property is Lot 24 of the North Shore Addition, being part of Government Lots 1 and 2, Section 5, Track 125 North, Range 30 West of Avon Township, and the property address is 18353 County Road 154, Avon, Minnesota. And is our applicant with us this evening by WebEx or phone?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We'll come back to you in a little while.
Okay.
All right, if staff could give us an overview of this application.
Yes, Madam Chair, as you mentioned, this is Lot 24 of North Shore Edition. It is a legal non-conforming lot of record The plat was recorded in 1960 prior to official controls. The lot area is about 18,532 square feet. That's per their submitted certificate of survey. The dwelling on the property is 24 by 32, and it was constructed in 1960 per our county assessor records. The dwelling would be considered a legal non-conforming structure as it does not meet the required side yard property line setback, which is 10 feet. The applicants would propose to alter and expand the roof line of that existing dwelling. That would result in a setback of 7.7 feet from the property line. And per the applicant, no new living space would be added. In addition to that, they want to construct a 687.5 square foot covered deck, which would be on the lake side of the dwelling. And this would have a setback of 8.75 feet from the property line. All the other required setbacks would all be met. The property is located in R1 zoning district. It's of course in the shoreland overlay of Pelican Lake. It's not in floodplain. Pelican Lake is on the list of impaired waters for mercury in fish. A compliance inspection was performed on the sewage treatment system in April, and the tank failed. That's going to need to be replaced. The lift tank and the drain field on the system are compliant. Lot coverage is not an issue, well below the accepted 25%. An alternative to the request would be to set back the proposed covered deck an additional 1.25 feet, which would then meet the 10-foot requirement. Avon Township, the DNR, Pelican Lake Association, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of the request. I mentioned the alternative of jogging porch, another 1.25 feet. And the recommended condition would be if the variance were to be granted, the additional space created above what their existing roof line is now would not be able to be used as living space. I do not have any correspondence on this request. And just wondering who was not able to make it to the site.
Dave Cameron, I didn't make it.
Okay. Sounds like everybody else was able to get out there. So Madam Chair, with that, I'll turn it back to you.
All right, thank you. And if our applicant, if they have any comments they would like to make in regard to their application?
My name's Audrey Nierenhosen. The property address we're requesting a variance for is 18353 Coney Road, 154 in Avon. And I think he pretty much covered everything. We don't have anything we need to add. Oh, actually, sorry, I do. The septic, we do have that started with WATAB, that process. We couldn't do it this spring. The excavator, the company we talked to said something about high water levels or something, and we had to wait until this fall is what it was recommended. So we do have it started with WATAB.
Okay. And could you also give us your residence address in addition to the property address?
Yep, it's 18120 260th Street in Richmond.
Okay, thank you. All right, and I believe there are no other people present to comment on this application. Do board members have any questions of the applicant or staff before we close the public hearing?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, question for the applicant. So looking at the layout of the proposed covered deck, it isn't flush with the house. It is bumped in a little bit. So it is further away from the property line than the house is, but it's still not the full 10 feet. Can you talk a little bit about what limitations there are, please?
You're talking about why we chose to not go all the way over 10 feet.
Yes.
We did it for the appearance with the way the roof line sits. If we moved it over that way, it wouldn't be even.
Okay,
thank you. Additional questions from the board?
Dennis Gregory, a question for staff. As I'm looking at the satellite view, it looks like this addition would be ahead of the building line as well, but that wasn't part of the variance request. Can you comment on that, please?
Sure. Madam Chair, Dennis, the proposed meets the lake setback.
Oh, sure. Gotcha.
Okay,
It's
thank you.
100-foot required, it meets that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there other questions?
Dennis Gregory, again, a question maybe following up on Jill's question. And Audrey, you said that it was to kind of line up with the house. But if you brought in the deck covering a foot on each side, would that not still, in essence, line up? Did you consider shrinking the deck cover of both sides to meet the requirement for the one side?
We did look at that, and the posts for the overhanging deck would become, if you look at the drawing, let's see what drawing shows it best. The side view and looking at it as if you're standing at the lake, the posts on the left side would be right in front of the window then. See that horizontal, there's the vertical post and the horizontal post. That would be right in front of the kitchen window.
I see the vertical post, and I suppose there's no way you can point out which horizontal post you're talking about.
Yep, right there. Whoever just put the, yep, right there. That one would be right in on the kitchen window.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, additional questions? I'm hearing none. We'll move on to findings. We can do findings on this in two different ways. We can do the deck and the roof pitch separate, or we can do the deck and the roof pitch as one request or one findings. Which would you prefer?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, did we close the public hearing already?
I believe not. Thank you for catching that. Let's do a, would
I'll
you,
move to
Mike,
close.
would you like to make a motion?
I'll move to close.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second Dennis Gregory.
All right, thank you. And anyone opposed to closing the public hearing? Hearing none, we'll mark that as a unanimous yes. So now, would you like to do this as two separate findings or as one?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I'm okay with having it as one.
Mike Kane as well.
Yeah. Dennis Gregory, I agree.
Jacob Hawk, agree.
Dave Cameron, agree.
All right, it sounds like the majority agree to doing it as one. So I will read the variance request and then move on to question one. To alter or expand the roof pitch and construct a covered deck on an existing legal non-conforming residential dwelling located in the R1 zoning district less 10 feet from a side property line. Number one, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located.
Madam Chair, Mike Kane. The property is an R1 zoning district and remodeling and decks are allowed in an R1 zoning district.
Okay, does anyone disagree with Mike's assessment of yes for number one? Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls and any related ordinances, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe the general purpose of the distance between the property and the property line is to keep that distance, and it sounds like the applicant is working hard on maintaining that and even improving the distance there. So I believe that is in harmony. And with regards to the roof pitch, they're not really changing the house or anything. I believe that the intent of the official controls is to reduce changing of any legal non-conforming resident or legal non-conforming structures, and I believe that this is a very small impact on it changing it. It's mostly just to help maintain that building being able to be used as is. So yes, it is in harmony.
Does anyone disagree with Jill's assessment of yes? Hearing none, I'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I believe under growth and development, goal 6, objective 1, provide a diversity of housing prices and styles, meeting the needs of residents of all ages, incomes, and lifestyles.
Okay, does anyone disagree with Mike's assessment of yes for number 3? Hearing none, I'll mark it as unanimous yes. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I think the use that the property owners are asking for here is a reasonable manner.
Okay, does anyone disagree with Dennis's assessment of yes? Hearing none, I'll mark it as unanimous yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, the house already exists close to the property line. The landowner is simply adding on a deck to that. So it is due to circumstances unique to the property.
All right, does anyone disagree with yes for number 5? All right, number 6, the variance if granted maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, this is a residential neighborhood. It will not change the essential character of the locality.
Okay. Does anyone disagree with Dennis's yes? Hearing none, I'll mark it unanimous yes. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, economics weren't discussed as a part of this application.
Okay, does anyone disagree with Mike's answer of yes for number 7? Hearing none, we'll mark it as unanimous yes. And now we are ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I'd make a motion that we approve the applicant's request for a variance to alter and expand the roof pitch and to construct a covered deck on the existing legal.
Okay, thank you. And do we have a second?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I will second that.
And Mike is seconding. All right, roll call will be Jill,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Jake,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
and I am a yes. So that is a unanimous yes. And if you have any questions about your application, you can contact the staff during regular business hours via the phone. Thank you, Audrey. Our next application is to consider an after-the-fact request from Dale Sloper, Bethel, Minnesota, from sections 9.9.9A1 and 10.2.11A1A of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to leave as constructed an existing legal screened porch less than 10 feet from the side property line located in an R1 zoning district and ahead of the established building line and less than 100 feet landward of Clearwater Lake, classified as a recreational development. The said ordinance requires a minimum side property line setback of 10 feet from an R1 zoning district and structures to be placed behind an established building line or 100 feet from a lake classified as recreational development. The affected property is 0.45 acres west of 50 feet of the east 400 feet of the Government Lot 1, Section 1, Track 121 North, Range 28 West of Fairhaven Township. The property address is 1365 Basswood Road, South Haven, Minnesota. And is our applicant with us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, and we'll be back to you in a little bit. If the staff could give us an overview, please.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Dale currently owns a meets and bounds tract that is, according to their certificate of survey, 0.79 acres in lot area. The applicant purchased the property in September of 2016. It is a legal non-conforming lot of record, which was created in 1967. The existing residential dwelling is 22 by 28, and that was constructed in 1955 per the county assessor's records. The 10 by 18 and a half screen porch was constructed in 2007, and it was by a previous owner, not by the applicant. That's per our county assessor's records again, and there was no permit obtained through the county or the township for that screened porch. The porch is 5 feet from the west property boundary, and it is slightly ahead of the established building line, 82 feet, as you mentioned, landward of the ordinary high water level. The applicant made application in October of 2019 because he was wishing to construct a deck entryway addition. And so that's when it was discovered that the screen porch was done without a permit. That proposal would appear by his certificate of survey that he submitted. That proposal would appear to meet all the setback requirements. The property is located in R1 zoning district. It is in the shoreland overlay. Part of the frontage of the property is in floodplain, but the existing structure is not. Clearwater Lake is on the impaired waters inventory for mercury and fish. At the time of application, the sewage treatment system did have a valid certificate of compliance on record. That has since expired. So when the applicant would move forward on an application, that would have to be done again. Lot coverage is not a concern at all. One alternative to the request would be to, of course, remove the screened porch. Fairhaven Township, Clearwater Lake Property Owners Association, the DNR, the Clearwater River Watershed District, and any property owner within 500 feet have been notified.
Bonnie, you're mute. Okay.
Oh. No, I show that I am not muted.
You're okay now. You were. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I didn't touch anything on my screen, so I don't know why. Okay, I did visit the site and did talk with the owner, and he just gave me a basic overview of what he was planning or what the concern was with the screen porch.
Jill DeLong, I also visited the site and spoke with the owner, and he also just identified where the screen porch was.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Why don't you go ahead and read those into the record right now?
Dave is muted.
Sorry, thanks, Dennis. One letter is anonymous that was sent to our department, and it reads, land rights are bestowed in our Constitution and man's will is included. To question a porch that was constructed 13 years ago by another landowner outside Mr. Sloper are tyranny practices. Tyranny aside, your request for impute is mute. You decide, not the landowner, not the citizens. And your lakeshore decisions, a majority of times, yield no benefit to the environment. It's busy work, costly to the landowner, no noticeable positive outcomes. The screen porch is not illegal, it harms no one. And again, that was anonymous.
Madam Chair, a question of order. Do we accept unanimous or unanimous, anonymous input like that?
I'm going to defer that question to staff.
Angie Berg, Stearns County Environmental Services. So typically we don't. And we do actually have that request in the county attorney's office for them to review. We did check both the Board of Adjustment and Planning Commission ordinance, and neither of them speak to this issue. And so we do want to get clarification from the attorney's office. So one direction I would go with it tonight related to the letter that was just read is you can give it the weight that you believe is prudent based on the fact that it was anonymous.
Sorry, I got you saying it first.
Good question, and yes, we are going to follow up on that as soon as we get a response from the attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dennis, for that. It was a good question. Okay, now if we can, was there other comments before we move to the applicant? Okay, go ahead.
Dave is muted again. So
you're muted.
Okay. It's from Mike and Lonnie Strand, and it reads, I am writing to give my input on the variance request. We are the closest cabin to Dale and have no problem with the porch as it presently exists. With the side setback, it is not closer to the property line than the house. For the most part, the cabins in the area were all built on or near property lines. Was there a side setback at the time they were built? My understanding, this was more from the illusion of where the property lines ran when the builders looked from the markers by the water. As far as the setback from the lake, I'm sure this was not an issue back in the day. This porch is not closer than most in the area. My other question is, should a present owner be held accountable for a previous owner? I understand the need for the water setback in a new developing area. The county's shoreline was developed many years ago. Some leeway is needed for developed areas. New buildings should meet, within reason, the previously developed surrounding area. Should zoning requirements be adjusted to the lake itself? What is the setback typically for buildings on this lake? Should Stearns County be stricter than Wright County? Dale is trying to do the right thing and is working with the county. The porch should be left as is. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
And I'll comment on, they were referring to Wright County, and I believe this lake, part of it is in Stearns County and part of it is in Wright County. And I think some of the people in the neighborhood had the question that because the requirements were different. And then on site, I did explain to them that, you know, each county has its own ordinances and we're not bound, neither are they bound by what our ordinances are. So that's just going to be kind of a glitch in the system when a lake resides in, you know, two different counties. Okay. The applicant, if they would share, or he would share his comments with us now?
Bonnie, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. The picture on the screen that I wanted to share with you folks, that is some concrete steps that I have leading into the house, and they are sloped backwards. So the water for years has been running into my rim joist, and has rotted that out. That's what started this process last fall, was I have to address this issue. I have to take that apart, and that needs to be corrected. So that's how we started down this road and ended up here tonight with the screen porch issue. When I went to attempted to get the building permit last fall, then it came to light about the screen porch having setback issues. So that's my intent, is to take care of. That's why I shared that photo with you. That's what I'm trying to remedy and correct.
Okay, thank you. And could you please state your address for the record? Your permanent residence, not the address of this cabin.
My mailing address is 2046 229th Avenue Northeast in Bethel.
Okay, thank you. All right, if we have questions or comments for staff or the applicant from the board?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, a question for staff. When you're figuring out where that building line is, do you take into account porches and decks on adjacent properties?
Madam Chair, Dennis, no. Screened porches and decks are not part of the building line.
So
you can't use those for a building line.
So in this case, where we're talking about the screened porch being ahead of the building line, and I know you're just following the rules, but it does seem that maybe there's a different building line for screened porches and residences, should be considered by the county.
Madam Chair, yeah, that's a personal observation, I guess.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments before we close the public hearing? All right, do we have a motion to close?
Madam Chair, this is Angie Burke. So I just wanted to indicate the applicant did share more photos, and I don't know if he wants to talk about those photos, but this would be his opportunity, correct?
Yes. And were the photos that you were sharing, were they of this property, or I noticed there was one of a neighboring property which really wouldn't be discussed at this time.
Bonnie, yes, there are several photos. I took a few photos just for you folks that haven't been out there. That's just views to the east and to the west down my shoreline. I was just trying to share that photograph right there. It's just looking down to the east from that end of the screen porch, and the other photographs were looking the opposite way.
Okay.
I was just trying to be helpful with any people that haven't been out there to share with you. That's a good photo right there, just to show what the layout of the other properties are and what it looks like.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that input. Okay, any additional questions or comments? All right, then we're ready for a motion to close the public hearing.
Madam Chair, Sean Blackburn, I'll make that motion.
All right, we have a motion to close from Sean. Is there a second?
Mike Kane, I'll second.
Is there anyone opposed to closing the public hearing? Hearing none, I'll mark that as unanimous. Number one, is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located? Yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, this is an R1 zoning district, and it is allowed to have a covered porch or deck on a residential building in R1.
Right, does anyone disagree with yes for number one? I'll mark that as unanimous. Yes. Number two, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, under 9.9.1 R1 zoning district will allow development such as a screened-in porch on a R1 zone property.
All right, does anyone disagree with Mike's assessment of yes for number 2? Hearing none, I'll mark that as unanimous. Yes. Number 3, is the variance request consistent with a comprehensive plan?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane again. Under Growth Development Goal 6, Objective 3, identify appropriate locations for seasonal homes and settings that afford a variety of natural amenities.
All right, does anyone disagree with Mike's assessment of yes for number 3? Hearing none, I'll mark it as unanimous. Yes. Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by official controls?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I do think the owner is using the property in a reasonable manner, having a deck on a residential dwelling.
All right, does anyone disagree with yes for number 4 as proposed by Dennis? I'll mark that as unanimous. Yes. Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, the person who currently owns the property did not do this. It was from a previous owner. Therefore, he was unaware of it at the time of purchase. So it is due to the property, not the owner himself.
Does anyone disagree with Mike's determination of yes for 5? Okay, I'll mark that unanimous. Yes. Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, it will not change the character of the locality at all.
Does anyone disagree with yes for number 6? All right, I'll mark that as unanimous. Yes. Ready for a motion?
Madam Chair, there's number 7 yet.
Oops, it's on the flip side of my page. Thank you. The need for the variance involves more than economic considerations. Yes or no?
Dave Gamrad, I think economics weren't a part of this discussion.
Right. Is there anyone that disagrees with yes for number 7? All right, we'll go forward to a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we grant the variance for the applicant to leave as constructed an existing 10 by 18 and a half screen porch 5 feet from the side yard property line.
I'll second that.
And that was Sean, is that right?
No.
Jake.
Okay, Jake. Okay, we have a motion to approve. Jill?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Dave? Sean?
Yes.
And I am a yes. Motion carries. The after the fact to leave as constructed, the screened in porch is approved. Thank you. Okay. Our next item on the agenda is number 5, is to consider a request from Catherine and William Orr Jr. of Plymouth, Minnesota on section 6.2.1H, 9.9.9A4, and 10.2.11A1A of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to construct an addition on an existing legal non-conforming residential dwelling less than 10 feet from 2 residential accessory structures and ahead of the established building line and less than 100 feet landward of Pearl Lake, classified as a recreational development lake. In addition, to leave as constructed an unpermitted residential accessory structure less than 10 feet from a side yard property line. The said ordinance requires residential accessory buildings to be no less than 10 feet from the principal building and side yard line, and additions to be behind the established building line or 100 feet from the lake classified as a recreational development. The affected property is 0.14 acres of part of Government Lot 3, Section 3, Track 122 North, Range 29 West of Main Prairie Township, and the property address is 9837 Eclipse Road, Kimball, Minnesota. And is our applicant with us?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll be back to you in just a little bit. If staff could give us their overview.
Madam Chair, applicants own a meets and bounds tract. It's about 0.21 acres in lot area based on their certificate of survey. They purchased the property in October of 2016. It is a legal non-conforming lot of record, which was created in 1953. Per our county assessor's records, the 22 by 26 residential dwelling was constructed in 1947. An 8 by 10 bathroom was added in 1982 with a valid permit. Per, again, our assessor's records, an 8 by 12 accessory structure was constructed in 1975, which is 2.75 feet from the side property line. There was no valid construction site permit on record for that. The applicant would like to leave it in its current location. In addition to that, a 7 by 7 existing legal non-conforming accessory was constructed prior to the official controls in 1960. That can stay where it is. Last item on the sheds, there is an outdoor privy near the road, Eclipse Road, and that was discovered kind of during research for this report. It's going to need to undergo a compliance inspection unless the owner wants to do something differently there. We could talk about that. They want to construct a 14 by 28 non-bedroom addition. It's going to be ahead of the building line and 93.8 feet from Pearl Lake. And it would be 7 and 7.5 feet from those accessory structures we talked about. They also want to raise the wall height on the existing dwelling, but not on the 8 by 10 bathroom, which would match their proposed addition. They do have variances from the Township of Main Prairie to be 58 feet from the center line of Eclipse Road for that proposed addition. And they also did get a variance to be 35 feet from the road center line to raise the roof line. They have consulted a structural engineer to determine the feasibility of that addition onto the existing dwelling, and that came back positive in their favor. This property is in R1 zoning district in the shoreland overlay. Pearl Lake is on the impaired waters list for nutrient eutrophication and mercury in fish tissue. The existing sewage treatment system is a 1,500 gallon holding tank that was certified in March. Again, the privy will need to be inspected or abandoned. The current impervious lot coverage is 12%. The proposed is 13.8. Alternatives based on their certificate of survey would be to jog the proposed addition in an easterly orientation, about 3 feet, and then they could also lessen the length dimension of the proposed addition to 8 feet instead of 14, and then that would meet the required setbacks. And they could, of course, remove the existing illegal non-conforming accessory. Main Prairie, Pearl Lake, Main Prairie Township, the Pearl Lake Association, DNR, property owners within 500 feet, and the Sauk River Watershed District have been notified of the request. I have no correspondence. Was everybody able to visit the site?
I'm Chair Jill DeLong. I visited the site and I did speak with the owner, and he indicated which shed was going to be, was the one that the variance was regarding.
And I also spoke to the owner when I visited the site, and he just described, or they both just described what their plan was. Okay, we'll move on to the applicant. if you have some comments that you'd like to share with us.
That pretty much takes care of it.
Okay, and just for the record, could you state your name and your address so that we can verify that you were at the meeting?
William Orr, 10129 37th Avenue North, Plymouth, Minnesota, 55441.
All right, thank you. And if you don't have any comments, then we'll continue on with the meeting. And I believe we do not have.
Bonnie, you're muted.
So we do not have any other individuals that are here to testify. So does the board have any questions before we close the public hearing?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, just trying to, just verification for myself. Question for staff and the applicant, where it says that you were considering tearing down and putting up a new cabin, but with the ordinance in place, the new structure would be smaller than the old. So is that due to if we tore it down, there'd be a smaller available footprint for a new building versus just adding on to an existing non-conforming building? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, a question for the applicant and then a follow-up question for staff. And so the question for the applicant is the 8x12 shed movable? Is it on a foundation? When I went out there, I forgot to look at that. Could you help us with that?
It's on a foundation.
Okay. And a question for staff, since that 8x12, which is 96 square feet, if we had the applicant move that shed, even though it's on a foundation, it's still movable, I'm assuming he can put it anywhere since it's less than 150 feet. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, not necessarily. It still needs to meet the setbacks. So it has to be 10 feet from the property lines, and it has to be 30 feet from the right of way or 63 feet from the center line of the road. And then it must also be 10 feet from the principal structure on the property.
I didn't ask my question very well. Thank you for that clarification, but it could be closer to the water, could it not, than 100 feet?
That's accurate.
Okay. Sorry, I should have been more clear. And then a question for staff again. Do we need to address the 4x6 privy in this hearing, or is that just simply something that staff or the department is going to take care
of? Madam Chair, Dennis, we've already notified the property owner. That notice should be in your packets, but we've discussed that. I've talked with Mr. Orr regarding his options for that. And so, yeah, the department will be following up on that.
And then one last question for staff, and then I'll have one more for the applicant. The raised patio, how far off the ground does it need to be before it becomes something that we have to consider?
Madam Chair, if the floor of the deck/patio is more than 12 inches above the grade, then it would be considered a deck and would need to meet setbacks. Less than 12 inches, it does not need to meet setbacks.
So it says it's raised. Do we know how much raised it is? And maybe that's a question for the applicant.
I believe so.
You're talking deck. We don't have any plans on putting another deck on.
I believe he's referring to the current deck.
No, in the drawing from Stephen A. Rudnicki, It shows the new addition, and then it shows a raised patio on the lakeside.
That's not going to be part of the project.
Okay. And then just one last question for the applicant, and that is, did you consider reducing the size of the addition to meet the setback requirement?
The reason we're going out to cover where the deck has been is to give us a little more room when we get up there. The whole family, there's 8 of us, and it's mighty small as it is. And the addition actually isn't all that big, 14 by 28.
And staff, if I could request that since it's on the drawing, this raised patio, if that can be put into the official record that the applicant indicated that would not be part of the project, just so that we don't have any confusion later on.
Madam Chair, we can certainly vote on that. If there are any variances, permits granted, then we can make sure that that's addressed in the condition.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I understand the confusion because on one page it says new raised patio, but on the previous page it says optional new raised patio. Yes, that one, yes, but it does say it's optional, so I can understand how there is confusion on whether or not it will happen.
All right, thanks for that clarification. That helps. Any other comments from board members before we close the public hearing? All right, we're ready to close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to do that?
Dennis Gregory, so moved.
Jill DeLong, second.
We have a motion and a second. Is anyone opposed to closing the public hearing? Hearing not, we'll mark that as unanimous. The staff has provided me with findings of fact in order for us to do these 2 items separately, I believe. To do leave as constructed an unpermitted residential accessory structure less than 10 feet from the side yard property, and then a separate one for the construction of the addition onto the existing dwelling. Which would you prefer to do first, or does it not matter?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I say we just do it in order as listed on the request, which the first one is after the fact and the second one is the new construction.
That sounds like a good idea. We'll do the after the fact one first as requested then. All right, question number 1, and this is to leave as constructed an unpermitted residential accessory structure less than 10 feet from a side yard property. Number 1, is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, having a shed in an R1 residential area is a reasonable use. It is allowed.
All right, does anyone disagree with Jill's assessment of yes for number 1? Hearing none, we'll mark it as unanimous, yes? Number 2, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls?
Madam Chair, Sean Blackburn, it certainly seems to be in harmony with the controls and purposes and the neighborhood and everything there.
Does anyone disagree with yes for number 2? Mark it as unanimous. Yes. Number 3, in the variance request, is the variance request consistent with a comprehensive plan? And please specify the goal or objective.
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, under Growth and Development Goal 6, Objective 1, provided diversity of housing prices, styles for meeting the needs of the residents of all ages, different ages, incomes, and lifestyles.
All right. Does anyone disagree with Mike's assessment of yes for number 3? Hearing none, I'll mark that as unanimous. Yes. Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by the official controls?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, yes, I believe it is a reasonable manner. He just wants to keep the shed that's been there already, and it's not changing anything. So yes, I think that is a reasonable manner.
Okay, does anyone disagree with yes for number 4? I'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, the circumstance was already in place when the owner purchased this property, so it was beyond his control.
Does anyone disagree with yes for number 5? Hearing none, we'll mark it as unanimous yes. Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, leaving up a shed that's existed there for many years, it will not change the character of the locality.
Right, does anyone disagree with yes for number 6? I'll mark that as unanimous, and I will flip the page this time. For number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Sean Blackburn, economics really wasn't a factor in this.
Does anyone disagree with yes for number 7? Hearing none, I'll mark it unanimous yes. We are ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we approve a variance for the applicant to leave as constructed an 8 by 12 non-conforming residential accessory structure 2 3/4 feet from the side yard property line.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Dave Cameron, I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. I'll do roll call. Jill?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Dave? Oh, he seconded. Jake?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So motion carries on to leave as constructed the unpermitted 10 accessory structure less than 10 feet from the side yard setback. Now we will move on to the request to construct an addition on an existing legal non-conforming residential dwelling less than 10 feet from 2 residential accessory structures and ahead of the established building line and less than 10 feet toward Pearl Lake, classified as a recreational development. Number 1, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, the R1 zone does allow an addition and expansion of current residence.
All right, does anyone disagree with yes for number 1? I'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with general purposes and intent of the official controls and any related ordinances, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane again. 9.9.1 under R1 is reserved for residential development.
Okay, so, you're indicating yes for number 2?
Yes, that is allowed and approved.
Okay. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 2?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I just like to clarify. I think the purpose and intent of the official control, the one that stands out most to me here is how it's encroaching upon Pearl Lake. It's less than the 100 feet required. But I believe because what the applicant is doing is building the addition, it sounds like in the same footprint as their existing deck that's been there, they stated many years. I think that it does not encroach any further on the lake, and it will not be harming the lake any more than it states. So I think it is in harmony due to that.
Okay, thank you for your addition to those comments. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 2 then? All right, we'll make that a unanimous yes. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with a comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, goal 6, objective 1 is to provide a diversity of housing prices and styles. And I think this is consistent with that.
All right, does anyone disagree with yes for number 3? Hearing none, I'll mark that unanimous yes. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, as Jill stated earlier, they're basically replacing one structure with another structure. And so I think they are using it in a reasonable manner.
All right, does anyone disagree with yes for number 4? We'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, the placement of the house and the structure attached to the house was in place before the owner bought it. And so that is unique to the property.
All right, does anyone disagree with yes for number 5? We'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 6, the variance is granted maintains the essential character of the locality.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, this is a residential area. It will not change the character.
Does anyone disagree with yes for number 6? Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I don't believe economics was a factor.
Does anyone disagree with yes for number 7? Hearing none, we'll move on to accepting a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory would make a motion that we approve a variance for the applicant to construct a 14 by 28 addition on their single-family residential dwelling, which is ahead of the established building line and so forth.
Okay. Do we have a second on that motion?
Jill DeLong, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll do roll call. Mike?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Jake?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
And I also will be a yes. Motion carries. So we will move on to,
Madam Chair,
yes,
if I could propose a break until 9 o'clock, that would be greatly appreciated.
all right. We'll have according to my computer, 6-minute break until 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Do we have everybody? Okay, I see Dennis, Jill, Mike, Sean. What else am I missing? Mike. Is Jake there? Okay, I didn't see him, so, okay. All right, we are on item number 6. Item number 6 is to consider an after-the-fact request from Donald Opheim, Cold Spring, Minnesota, from section 6.2.1A and 10.2.11A1A and 10.1.AF1 of Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to leave as constructed an illegal residential accessory structure located partially in the floodplain and less than 100 feet landward of Knaus Lake, to replace an existing legal deck or illegal deck less than 100 feet landward of Knaus Lake, classified as a recreational development, to exceed the total number of and maximum accessory building area allowed in the Shoreland Overlay District, and to construct a sand blanket in the floodplain not after the fact. The said ordinance allows a total of 2 residential accessory structures with a maximum accessory building area not to exceed 1,800 square feet on a lot between 2 and 4.49 acres, requires residential accessory structures and a deck attached to a residential dwelling to be a minimum of 100 feet landward of a lake classified as recreational development, and prohibits new sand blankets in floodplain. The affected property is 5 acres on part of the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter of Section 28, Track 123 North, Range 30 West, Wakefield Township, and property address is 16927 Fisher Road, Cold Spring, Minnesota. And I believe our applicant is on site here in another room. Am I correct? Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we will be back with you shortly. If staff could please give us an overview.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I want to clarify something that may have been an earlier version of what you're reading, but the request does not include to exceed the allowed square footage for accessory structures. It's just the allowed number of accessory structures. So that is
Okay. All right, thank you for that clarification.
Yes, the total square footage is not part of the request. With that, applicant purchased this tract meets and bounds in July of 19, about a year ago. The upland portion of the land, or land above the ordinary high water level, is 3.1 acres in lot area. That was based on the survey site plan that he submitted. In 1982, and excuse me if this gets windy, but it's complicated, but in 1982, it was discovered that the owner of the property at that time began construction of a 16 by 24 shed, did not have a permit, and did not meet the required 100-foot lake setback. He was ordered by the department to move the structure. He appealed that administrative order and he was denied relief. It was never followed up on. The shed was not moved to meet the requirement, nor was it ever removed from the property. So the shed is still there. It's located in floodplain. And if you were so to grant him a variance, the applicant would need to flood-proof that structure by any measures acceptable by state of Minnesota building code. There are other unpermitted structures on the property. There was an 8 by 26 deck constructed in 1980. That over the years has somehow turned into a 5 by 31 and 16 by 27 deck. In 1983, a 13 by 16 lean-to was constructed. That is not in the floodplain, and it does meet the required setbacks. And in 1990, the owner added a 12 by 16 onto that lean-to. So none of these structures were permitted or are permitted. In 85, a previous owner was granted a permit for a 24 by 26 garage. The garage now has dimensions of 26 by 28. The applicant would like to construct an 8 by 26 addition onto this garage. So all told, with the three structures, they're all accessories, we would have 1,704 square feet of accessory building area, and he is allowed 1,800 for a property of 3.1 acres. The applicant also would like to replace the decks that were never permitted. Again, 5 by 31 and 16 by 27. He wants to replace those to the exact dimensions, and 62 feet from the lake. 100 is the requirement. Under section 10.211A3C, the applicant could construct a deck without a variance to 15% of the existing structure setback. And what that would equate to would be about 11 feet out from the house towards the lake, or that would result in a setback of 67 feet from the lake instead of 62. Lastly, he also would like to create a sand beach area along the shoreline. That area is within the 100-year flood hazard, and that is prohibited by Ordinance 439. The property is in R1 zoning, and it's within the shoreline overlay of Canals Lake. That is on the impaired waters inventory for nutrient eutrophication. The existing sewage treatment was certified compliant June of 2019. The current lot coverage is at 8.5%. There would be a small increase of 208 square feet if the garage addition were allowed. An alternative would be to remove the illegal accessory, the one in the floodplain, permit the other illegal accessories after the fact, which they meet setbacks, or I should say. That's the one with the lean-to on it. And then that would also then meet the total number of accessory structures allowed on the property, which is 2. Another alternative would be obviously not to construct the sand beach blanket, which again is prohibited by ordinance. Another option would be to do the 15% rule of the existing structure setback, as we talked about. Wakefield Township, Sauk River Chain of Lakes, DNR, Sauk River Watershed, and owners within 500 feet have been notified. And that is all I have, Madam Chair. No correspondence. Was everyone able to get out there?
All right, we'll assume that everyone was.
Madam Chair, this is Jill DeLong. I was there. I spoke at length with the property owner. He indicated with regards to the garage, one of the reasons why he wants to expand the garage is because underneath it is basement. So it is living area, but the living area extends larger than the garage footprint. And so his hope was to extend the garage footprint so it would cover the underground living area, so that it would help with heat and environmental concerns. He indicated the proposed shed that's in the floodplain. What he said to me was that if he did have to do stuff to it, he might just be willing to tear it down instead. And then we also discussed the water level and where the sand blanket would go. It looks like the water level of That area at this time is very low. Around where the sand blanket would go is about ankle depth, and even he had a pontoon boat right next to where it would have. He's proposing to put the sand blanket, and even at the end of the pontoon boat, he said it was about knee height at most for depth of water, but it is about 6 feet in depth, he said, towards the center. Those were the discussions that we had. And we also talked about the deck, and he indicated how it is not sound. It is not structurally sound. They don't trust themselves to go on it because it was not built to code and it bounces.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have contact with anyone? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and ask the applicant to share his comments with us.
Yes. Thank you, first of all, for listening and going over my proposal. Mr. Long did come out, and what it is it almost I have to do something because underneath that garage where it's proposed, it's really kind of a unique property. That's all basement where you see it's checkered there. So that's the reason for the breezeway and kind of attaching the garage and all that, because in the wintertime, it's like a rainforest down there on that half of that portion of the basement. Okay. I don't know why they would build anything like that, but it's beyond me, but it is what it is, So most of the stuff I'm doing, that would be the only new thing that I'm really doing, except for if I can get the sand blanket. But as far as the structures go, they were there when I got there. And to add to the sand blanket, I understand maybe prohibitive, but, we got 2,248 feet of shoreline, and we're only asking for about 300 feet if we can get it, and we kind of leave it kind of natural the way it is. We don't go weed whack right next to the lake or anything else. And you look around, most of the people probably come by and say, well, why don't they do their lawn? Well, I know what that weed barrier does for the lake. Yeah, I really don't want to, I use that shed. If I have to get rid of it, I have to get rid of it. It is what it is. I'm trying to just bring everything up to the up and up snuff, as you can hear from Mr. Net, that this was done 30 years ago. So, yeah, he started telling me things when I applied. I'm like, whoa, hang on here. I was just applying for a permit, but I learned real quick. But and I understand it, and I appreciate what you're doing. It obviously is something that needs to be done. But it's your decision, and obviously I'd appreciate passing it.
Okay, thank you. All right, and we do not have any additional people that are here for this item. Board members, discussion or questions from staff or the applicant?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, a question for staff. What would it take for that garage that's now a separate structure to be considered attached to the house, so it would no longer be a separate structure?
Madam Chair, Dennis, they would have to share a common wall. I don't recall how many years back, maybe Angie does, but it used to be a breezeway would attach a detached garage in a house, but that's no longer the case. It would have to share a common wall, so the garage and house would be attached.
Yeah, and so just a follow up to that, I thought that might be the answer. And so instead of a breezeway, if the applicant were to make that an addition, so that it wasn't a breezeway, it was actually a structure, would that meet the requirement for a common wall, whatever footage, that overlaps?
Madam Chair, I don't know that would technically meet the sharing a common wall.
Can I ask a question?
The applicant?
Yeah. Can you guys?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Gregory. I guess I just never even thought about that, but I and Mr. Net had a conversation about that. But as it is right now, that garage, it's pretty much going to be my wife's garage as far as the only one to park in it. I could leave that wide open, and then technically, then it would have a common wall because it would be attached by the roof line. Where it's checkered there, where we would say it was a breezeway, we could leave that wall out of it because the corner and the structure point's going to come out where a previous cone or sono tube has been put. That's where most of the weight bearing is going to be, where I had an engineer look at it. So, and with that too, I wanted to add, I have had Duffy Engineering out to look at this to see if there's anything else I could do, because I just didn't want to come to just add on to the garage at all. I mean, the only way I'm going to stop the condensation, the heat transfer, he said even on commercial buildings they can't do it. You know, it's just so tough that you can't do it. He said the only solution you have is to move this garage out. But I think Mr. Gregory is correct. If I just take that sidewall, move it over, technically it's part of the garage. It's part of it's attached.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, question for staff, clarification about the sand blanket. So it says it's for 10.1.8 F, where it says sand blankets located above the ordinary high water level shall. Can we indicate on the overhead thing where how it's above the ordinary high water level, please?
Madam Chair, Jill, the survey site plan that was submitted with the application shows that the shoreline elevation is consistent with the ordinary high water level elevation. I don't have my data sheet in front of me, but that elevation is pretty consistent with what the DNR listed elevation is for the ordinary high water level.
Okay, so so when I was at the site, the water was about at that level already. So what I perceived as being shallow water, that is water level, and if it were not at its high water level rate, it would be significantly lower than that. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's a fair assessment.
Okay.
And I'd just like some clarification then about the, so this is considered to be above the ordinary high water level where they're putting the sand blanket? Or behind?
Madam Chair, my interpretation would be that it would be above. If it was below, it would be DNR jurisdiction.
Okay, that was my question. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't appear to be above because there's water there, but whatever the designation is, I guess it is. Okay, other questions from staff? Or for staff or the applicant?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory again. I'm still don't think I have an answer to my original question on the attachment of the garage to the house. I understand the breezeway comment, but then I asked whether or not, if it wasn't a breezeway and it became, part of the structure, if they made it, a sitting room or something in between, does that then attach that garage to the house? And I'd like to get clarification on that question.
Madam Chair, Angie Berg. So Dave and I discussed it at length originally with the breezeway, and This definition came into our ordinance probably 15 or so years ago as a result of a court case. And so I'm going to read you this definition, and then you can have discussion on if you believe it meets this definition. So attached shall mean structurally affixed to, contiguous to, and sharing a common wall with, i.e. an attached garage. For the purpose of this ordinance, a breezeway or other similar addition connecting one structure to another structure or part of a structure shall not be deemed to attach that structure to the other structure or part of that structure. So what I will tell you is that it's a very gray area, and I will let the Board of Adjustment talk about that.
So just a clarification or potential clarification then on that, and thank you, Angie, for that. If they would remove the wall that's currently in the garage so that it became much more one structure, I mean, is that still gray, or does that become more black and white at that point? And I mean the wall that would be, I don't know which side I'm looking at here, but the wall in the garage that is currently called part of the breezeway.
Well, Madam Chair, Member Gregory, I'd like the Board of Adjustment to discuss that. If you're looking for my opinion or the department's opinion, it's something that we would ask for building plans for. We would want to see building plans so we could see how the proposal would be used and how it would match. And so a lot of times when there's gray areas in the ordinance, we will ask the applicant to provide detailed drawings, plans, description, and then we will make an interpretation based off that information. So.
Okay, and I have a question for the applicant. You've been hearing our discussion. Is that something you would be interested in looking into? If it's not something you'd be interested in looking into, then we probably can, move on from our discussion. But if it is something you're interested in, we possibly could look at continuing your request.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to looking into it. That's not a problem at all. I mean, I understand what Mrs. Berg is saying, and I happen to say what Mr. Gregory is saying is 100% correct, because when you attach a structure to something, it all depends on where the bearing of the weight is. It's all going to be on the outside walls. That interior wall doesn't need to be there, right? And like I was kind of alluding to before, is that it's more or less going to be a addition. The only person that's going to park in there is my wife, because it's closest to the door, right? So if you follow the checkered line out to that last line right there, yep, and all the way down, that wall is going all the way through, and right where that corner would be, if you carry it out closest to the house from the garage, right, from the garage right there and out, there's a sono tube there to bear all that weight, okay, with concrete that's 6 feet down. So what I'm saying is that's your outside bearing wall. And then when you come back where it's checkered and gray there, that's all going to be one wall. And then all we're doing is talking about one interior wall. There's no bearing at that point anymore. The roofs are going to come together. The drawings are there on how it's going to look. So for me, as far as the applicant goes, I would just have to tell my carpenters, hey, redraw it to where I don't have a wall in there. There's nothing structural to it, is what I'm saying. That was more for, I thought at the time, well, I'm attaching it, so I'll be good to go, until I had more discussion with Mr. Nett.
Well,
I would assume that it was attached.
Okay. And I wouldn't want you to think that, if you would pursue this further, that would be an automatic acceptance from the board. But what I want to know is if you would want to continue this portion of it in order to redraw that and submit it, and no guarantees whether that would be accepted as a attachment or a breezeway or what it would be determined as. Is that something you want to pursue with this portion of the
Well-
request?
Well, here it is in a nutshell, right? We're now in the third week of July, right? I have to do something, and I don't have a choice. I mean, there is finished basement underneath there, right? With that, that has to be covered by something. So if it is or isn't attached, what my question to the board is, what does it affect?
Well, one thing it would affect is the number of accessory structures you have.
Okay.
Am I correct?
Madam Chair, I was going to actually hit on that a little bit as well. So if the board, and I don't know if this will come out right, but if the board is amenable to the concept of having the site plan developed the way it's proposed, does it matter if it's considered attached, or does it matter that you're allowing for an additional accessory structure?
Yeah, that was kind of where I was going with it too, Madam Board. That's what I was kind of saying, is because I need to move forward with right now. I got contractors and stuff, and I happen to be a contractor, but I know the time right now. It's busier than it's ever been, and I have to get this structure covered. I don't have a choice. I mean, it's going to rain in there in the wintertime.
Okay,
that's 70 underneath, and it's 30 below up top.
All right, that gives us good direction then, that you would like us to just move forward with the application as presented.
Yes, I think so.
All right. Other questions for either staff or the applicant from the board?
Madam Chair, this is Jill DeLong. Question for the applicant. When you showed me the deck, it is larger than allowed. Have you thought about making the deck just the 15% of the existing structure setback, so 5 feet shorter than it currently is?
I had not. No, I didn't think of that. That's why I proposed to build it the same size. I had said, I figured, well, if I'm trying to get everything to code and variance the way it was or the way I bought it, right? Obviously, we don't have a deck off the back. We have a deck off the front of the house, or back front, whatever you call it. And we'd like to spend some time out on that deck. Is that kind of that was your question, correct, Mrs. DeLong?
I was just wondering, if would the deck still be usable to you if it was 5 feet less in size? Because it sounds like we wouldn't need to do a variance if it was 5 feet less in size. So it would be 67 feet from shore instead of 62 feet.
I didn't think of it. Yeah, I didn't know how far it was until I got into this whole process. And what does the 5 feet mean? I mean, the 62 to 67, what does that mean? What does it affect?
Well, at 65 feet, you need a variance. Excuse me, is that correct? 65? The 5 foot difference is 62. At 62 feet, you do need a variance. If it's 67 feet from the lake, the way the current ordinance is, you don't need a variance, and you could just go ahead and build it with a building permit.
Okay.
Wouldn't need a variance from this board.
Okay. I guess I would like to keep it the same size.
All right, then we can move forward with your application as far as what you're requesting is what we will present for a vote. Other questions or comments from board members?
Madam Chair, Sean Blackburn. I just have to say, if this is a package deal, and if that sand blanket is involved with it, then that's just no. The sand blanket, the beach is not allowed, according to Ordinance 439.
Okay, what's been presented to me that I was going to bring forward to the board is these options. We can look at it as all as one, but I think it would be preferable to separate them out. And we can separate them out with a separate finding of facts for the sand blanket, a separate finding of facts for the deck, and then we could decide whether the number of buildings and leaving the accessory structure that's currently there, leaving that there, that could be combined as one, or it could be as two separate, whichever the board would prefer.
And
Is
Madam
that
Chair,
acceptable?
Madam Chair, let me
Yes.
further explain, the reason I've been asking all the questions about the garage, because, if we're going to kind of state where our positions are, I'm thinking the shed needs to go. And if that shed needs to go, then the applicant said they were using that shed. I'm thinking they might want to rebuild another shed. And the issue is if that garage is not considered attached, they won't be able to build another shed. And so that's why I was asking all the questions, because I think it puts the applicant in a poor position if we move down this road as at least I see it.
I appreciate that because we don't want the applicant to have great surprises later on.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead.
The comment I would like to make is with just about all these, right? And I know I bought the property, you know what I mean, without knowing all the variances and all the rules and all the setback rules and all these things, right? But on the same side of that is I bought that property, at a fair value, and we're talking about removing things and doing things that I'm simply bringing up to code. I had no part in this, so I'm coming to you guys now. We're talking 1982 on the shed, right? We're trying to fix something that's 38 years old that, quite frankly, was never followed up upon. And then now I have to lose something of value because I'm making it right. Right. So I would like that position known also, to where, I'm willing to do anything, right? Because I obviously have to have the things I have to have. But in all fairness, I think it should be looked at both sides, to where, hey, we got to rip this out, rip that out. I'm just like, you know what? I could take my chances. 1982, that's 38 years. I'll probably be gone by then, guys. You know what I mean? Before I'm caught, And I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that what's fair is fair. You know what I mean? We're talking about removing things that are of monetary value, right? Because I'm trying to do the right thing that was done 38 years ago.
And Madam Chair, let me amend my comment slightly. I was giving an opinion only, and if the board decides to leave the shed remain, so it's not up to me, it's up to the board. The applicant will still have the issue of three structures, and so either way, I think the garage is important. I may have misread the comments that the applicant made to one of the other board members about the cost of bringing that shed up to code for a flood zone. And so I thought the applicant, understood that there would be some cost involved and was leaning toward removing the shed. So I appreciate the applicant's further thoughts on that matter.
Well, this is the first I heard of it, is this discussion of bringing it up to floodplain, whatever. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I've lived on the lake before. The Department of Corps of Engineers, I would assume this floodplain was drawn back in 65, maybe sometime around there, right? And with that is, I had to pay flood insurance for about 12 years until I finally said, no, I'm not going to pay this anymore. I'm going to go to the Army Corps of Engineers. And they've changed it since, right? I'm not saying I want to do that same thing, but I think on the other side of that, we say it's a floodplain. When's the last time it flooded? I don't know. Do you guys know? I have no idea when it flooded. But I understand that that protection has to be there for a reason. But I guess either way on the on that shed, it's not a do or die deal for me. I'll say that. I would like to keep it because it's of monetary value, or if I lose that, I'd like to gain something. I mean, just a couple of months back, I think I was reading some board minutes to where a gentleman had came in after the fact, after he poured the sand blanket, and he got approved. Right, I can't remember his name, but it was a couple of months ago that he had a sand blanket that was already got caught, put it down, and he got approved for it after the fact when he did it. I'm here asking before I do anything for permission.
Yeah, and I can't comment on that. That probably would have been a different board, and I don't know about a sand blanket being poured. So are board members ready to go ahead and close the public hearing and do findings, or do they need more discussion?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I move to close the hearing.
All right, we have a motion to close the public hearing. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, Sean Blackburn, I'll second that.
All right, is anyone opposed to closing the public hearing? Okay, the public hearing then is closed. Does the board need additional time for questions or a discussion, or are we ready to do that within findings?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, so just clarification for myself, you were asking about what different kinds of findings of facts. To me, it makes sense to have one finding of fact for the sand blanket request, one finding of fact for the deck, and one finding of fact for the accessory structures.
And then we would have a separate finding of fact for the number of buildings. Because there's two issues with the buildings. There's the number of accessory structures, and then there's leaving the shed that is currently there in the floodplain.
For myself personally, this is Jill DeLong. I think that the accessory structures and that one shed, I'm okay with combining that.
Okay. What about others? Are others okay with combining those two requests? And I'll read it, just to clarify it, I'll read it how it would be worded if we combine them. It would say, to leave as constructed an illegal residential accessory structure located partially in the floodplain and less than 100 feet landward of Canals Lake, and to exceed the total number of accessory buildings allowed in the Shoreland Overlay District. Are board members okay with keeping those two together?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, yes, I am okay with those together as you stated it.
Okay, sounds good, unless there's others that don't agree to that. All right, let's do any preference in as far as the order in which we do them? Then I will just begin with the deck. To replace an existing illegal deck less than 100 feet landward of Canals Lake, classified as a recreational development lake. Number one, is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, decks are allowed in the R1 zoning district.
Okay, we have a yes from Mike. Does anyone disagree with yes for number one? Number two, or that will be unanimous yes. Number two, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls?
Madam Chair, I believe it is in harmony with the general purposes. deck as is has been there at least 20 years in this size. I think it's appropriate to be able to replace it and make it safer.
Okay, we have a yes for number 2. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 2? All right, item number 3, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe, yes, it is comprehensive plan. Goal 6, objective 1, provide a diversity of housing prices and styles, meeting needs of residents of different ages, incomes, and lifestyles.
All right, we have a yes for number 3. Does anyone disagree with yes? Hearing none, that will be a unanimous yes. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by official controls.
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I believe it's reasonable to want to use the deck, and the applicant recently purchased the property and is just rebuilding it to the same size that it was when he purchased it.
Okay, we have a yes for number 4. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 4?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I agree with that one. I just want to clarify your language when you read number 4 sounded like it was from the after the fact findings. So I just want to be sure that you're reading the finding of fact.
It is after the fact.
But the deck hasn't been rebuilt yet. This is proposing a replacement of the existing deck.
But the deck is illegal.
But the existing deck is illegal. Because the existing deck was not within the setback and was not permitted, or there wasn't a variance for it when it was built.
I guess that's my confusion, is after the fact. So after the fact is the fact that the deck is pre-existing, even though the action that he wants to take is replacing it. So I guess I was thinking because the replacing it hasn't been done yet, it would be the findings of fact, but it's because it was illegal in the first place, and that's why it's the after the fact, correct?
I believe so. Staff is nodding yes, so that would be the clarification on that one.
Thank you.
So number 4, I'll go back and check with that one again. It's marked as a yes. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 4? Hearing none, it'll be marked as unanimous yes. Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner?
Madam Chair, this is Dave Gamrad. I would say it's unique to the property because the landowner probably did not know it was illegal when he bought the property.
Okay, we have a yes for number 5. Does anyone disagree with that? Then I'll mark it as unanimous yes. Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality? Yes or no?
Madam Chair, replacing an existing deck will not change the character of the locality.
All right, we have a yes for number 6. Does anyone disagree? Okay, and going on to number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no? Well, I'll mark it as I don't believe that economics were really an issue. It was just a matter of replacing a old deck. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 7? Okay, hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous. We're ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I'll make a motion that we approve the applicant's request to to replace an existing illegal non-conforming 5x31 and 16x27 deck 62 feet landward from Canals Lake.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We'll take a vote on this. Mike,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Jake,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
and I am also a yes. So the motion passes. So it is approved to replace an existing illegal deck less than 100 feet from the lake. All right, we will move on to the findings for the sand blanket. And this motion, or this findings of fact will be to construct a sand blanket in the floodplain. And this is not an after the fact, it is a current request. Number one, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Sean Blackburn, the proposed use is not allowed in this district. As I stated before, it is against ordinance 439.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, maybe we could get some clarification from staff. In general, I agree with Sean's comments, but I'm wondering if it's allowed in the district, just not in the floodplain.
All right, if staff could clarify that for us.
I can comment on that, Madam Chair, not to jump in on Dave. But this is a newer change to the ordinance that shifted the responsibility of sand blankets from the Planning Commission and County Board to the Board of Adjustment. And so sand blankets in the floodplain is an overlay district. So when looking at that question, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district. So it's both in R1 and it's in floodplain. So you'd have to answer that question as it relates to both floodplain. Sand blankets are prohibited in floodplain, but they're allowed in R1. So the way the ordinance is written is whichever standard is more restrictive is what applies.
So I believe then the floodplain would be more restrictive here. So we would consider this for floodplain. Thank you.
Madam Chair, a question on clarification of that. So if it's in the floodplain, but if it's below the ordinary high water level, then what does that mean? Because the ordinary high water level is where it can't be above that. But if it's below that, then it's almost by definition within the floodplain. So is there a situation where a sand blanket is allowed?
I believe staff indicated it's allowed in an R1 district, but just not in a floodplain. If it's below the ordinary high water level, then it would be a DNR jurisdiction, as I understood it from before. So this is our jurisdiction because it's above the ordinary high water level, but it's not allowed because it's in the floodplain. And so I agree with Sean's motion on this.
All right, thank you. Does that answer your question, Jill?
Yes, I wanted to actually kind of, I would like to say that it is allowed within the zoning districts. I'm going to say yes under the R1.
All right. All right, then I'll do, since we are not unanimous, I'll do a roll call on this. On Dennis and Sean, I have no's. Jill, a yes. Mike?
No.
Dave?
No.
Jake?
No.
And I am also a no. All right, number two, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls and any related ordinances.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, for the reasons we stated under question number one, I do not think it's in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls.
All right, we have one no. Does anyone disagree with no for number 2?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I'm just thinking about how the ordinary high water level would work depending on the slope of the land. So the slope of his land at the shoreline, it's a very shallow slope. As he explained to me, the depth of the water was shallow for a long ways out. So if you think about a steeper slope and the ordinary high water level, it doesn't take very long at a steeper slope to get above that ordinary high water level. But if it's such a shallow slope as it is in his property, it takes many feet in order to get above the ordinary high water level just because of the slope, that, you know, the definition of the slope of a line. So I'm just, it seems almost impossible or maybe hard for someone who might be living on next to the lake or next to a body of water like this, where that the slope of the land is so shallow it would take forever to get above the ordinary high water level. I just, especially at the current ordinary water level and how shallow it is, I'm just having a hard, I can understand the applicant's desire to have a sand blanket, but it just sounds, and I'm new to the board, so maybe that's part of it too, but it sounds like, it doesn't sound like there is a possibility for anyone to be able to put in a sand blanket, and especially because of the way this land is. So is it unique to the property? You know, it seems unique to the property is the very small slope of the land where that would block him from being able to put a sand blanket in.
Okay. So then are you saying yes for number 2? Is that what you would like to be recorded as?
Yes, I am a yes for number 2.
All right, since we don't have a unanimous, I'll do a roll call. So we have no on Dennis, yes on Jill. Mike?
No.
Dave? No? All right, Jake?
No.
Sean?
No.
And I am a no. All right, so the consensus for that one is no. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with a comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, first a comment, then I'll give my answer. But I do understand Jill's consternation on this, and I do think it is something that needs to be looked at as an ordinance, because I think Jill is right. I think there's a impractical issue here. No matter what the slope is, if you can't put the sand blanket next to the water, and you have to put it above the floodplain, no one can really have a sand blanket anywhere near the water. And so it is something that I think that needs to be looked at. But I think what we're faced with here is an ordinance that is very prescriptive, and you know, I wouldn't see, well, this doesn't set a precedence, but I don't know how we can deny any sand blanket if we would approve this one. And so I will continue to say that I do not think it is consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have a differing opinion for number 3?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe that it does follow with Goal 6, Objective 1, provide a diversity of housing prices and styles meeting the needs of residents of different ages, incomes, and lifestyles.
All right, I'll mark you as a yes. So then I'll do a roll call on this one. We have Dennis as no, Jill as yes. Mike?
No.
Dave,
No.
Jake,
No.
Sean,
No.
and I am a no as well. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner.
Madam Chair, I do think it is a reasonable manner to want a sand blanket.
All right, we have a yes for number 4. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 4? Hearing none, I will
No,
mark that.
I'm sorry, Madam
Oh, go
Chair.
ahead.
Sean Blackburn, I'm going to say no. We clearly understand that sand blankets generally eventually end up in the lake. It's just part of the natural process of what happens, and that's part of it foils the water. When we're looking at water preservation and shoreline preservation, sand blankets are actually probably going to be a thing of the past, and it's sad, but it's a reality because they do damage to the lake.
All right, so I have you marked as a no. Then I will do a roll call. Jill? Jill?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Dave?
I'll say no.
Jake?
Yes.
And I'm going to say no. So we have 3 no's, 4 yeses, so we mark that one as a yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I do think the circumstances are unique to the property in this case, given his proximity to the water.
All right, we have 1 yes. Is there anyone that disagrees with yes for number 5? And we'll mark that as unanimous yes for number 5. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I don't believe the character would change whether it has a sand blanket or not.
All right, we have 1 yes for number 6. Is there anyone that disagrees with yes for number 6?
Dave Gamrod, I would disagree. I think that it may adversely affect the lake in the long run. So if it adversely affects the lake, and it would change things.
Okay, I'll do a roll call. Dennis?
Yes.
Jill?
Yes.
And Dave is a no. Jake?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
And I will be a yes as well. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic concerns, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I don't believe economics were a part of this application.
Right. We have a yes for number 7. Is there anyone that disagrees with yes for 7? Hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous, yes. We are ready then for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we deny the applicant's request for a variance to construct a 10 by 30 sand blanket located in the floodplain.
All right, do we have a second?
Mike Kane, second.
All right, I will do roll call. Jill?
No.
Dave?
No.
Okay, I want to make sure I'm clarifying that if you vote yes, you are denying
Okay.
the findings. If you, right, if you are saying no, that means you want to offer the sand blanket. So, so let's go ahead and do, our vote. Let's do our vote again, just as clarifying. So if we vote yes, we are voting that we deny the sand blanket. If we vote no, we would be allowing the sand blanket. We'll begin again. Dennis made a motion to deny. Mike seconded that motion. Jill, could you again state your vote?
No.
Okay, Dave,
Yes.
Jake,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
and I am a yes. So motion carries to deny. If you have any questions about the sand blanket question, you could ask those of staff during regular business hours via the phone. We'll move on to the last item for this request. And I will read the requested variance. It is to leave as constructed an illegal residential accessory structure located partially in the floodplain and less than 100 feet landward of Canals Lake, and to exceed the total number of accessory buildings allowed in the shoreland overlay district. Now, I have a question of staff in regard to the way this is worded. It just says to exceed the total number of accessory buildings allowed. Is there a number that would be specific to what he's planning right now? I mean, or if we grant this, would this be unlimited number of additional accessory buildings? If staff could help me clarify that.
Madam Chair, essentially, if you grant the variance for the illegal residential accessory in the floodplain, then that would allow him to have 3 accessories. And so he would exceed the allowed number by 1. He's allowed 2.
Okay, but what I want to clarify is if we would say yes to this, does that specifically mean 3, as it says exceeds, or could it mean more than 3 because 4 would exceed, 5 would exceed? Or do we need to specify that in the motion?
That would be the maximum number that he's allowed. He could not, unless he were to remove, he can't put any more on the property. I don't know, maybe I'm not answering it right.
Madam Chair, Angie Berg. So I think why it gets a bit confusing is we've changed the way we notice these so that it's a more broad and not so specific. And so the way, if the Board of Adjustment would feel more comfortable making it clear that it's only 3, you could do that. Otherwise, the way the ordinance, the way the variance would be granted and the application is stated, they're allowed 2 and they have 3. So as Dave is saying, 4, 5, 6, 10 wouldn't be allowed under this variance. But
Okay.
if you're more comfortable restating it, you absolutely could do that.
Okay, I just, thought to clarify that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Jill Long, question on that clarification too. So I know I said it's okay with me to combine them, but I'm thinking about it. So if we combine it, saying it includes that one that's in the floodplain, and if in the future he decides to tear that down, does that negate the entire variance because they're tied together?
Clarification from staff. So if he tore down the one that's in floodplain a year from now, after he's completed all the rest of the construction, could he then add another building because he doesn't have, because he hasn't reached, doesn't have 3 in existence?
Madam Chair, he could do a water-oriented accessory. So 150 square feet or less without a foundation would be the only thing he could add.
Okay. All right. Does that help you, Jill?
So that sounds like if he did tear it down, if they are combined, it would it would kind of make the variance not there anymore, but it would still allow the applicant, as the ordinances are, to be able to build the 150 whatever square feet size water oriented building without the need of the variance. Does that sound correct?
Am I correct that he could build that 150 either way? With or without this variance passing? Or am I incorrect in that?
Madam Chair, I'll jump in because I stole Dave's ordinance from him, Angie Berg. So the ordinance says any accessory building without a foundation that is equal to or less than 150 square feet shall not be considered in the calculation of accessory building area or in calculating the number of accessory buildings allowed. So you're correct, Bonnie and Jill. Well, not who's right or wrong, but I'm hearing what you just said, and he could do that now.
Right.
And I think what Jill is pointing out is, or the way I would look at it is if the building in the floodplain would go away, then then it negates the variance. There's no need for a variance anymore, but there would be already one granted.
Madam Chair, I would suggest that we just take the 26 by 28 structure. If we decide as a board to approve that variance, then I would suggest that we table the last request for 3 structures until the applicant would have a chance to work with staff on the whole matter of whether or not the one structure would be considered attached or not. And so I think either way, we should do the 26 by 28 separately and do it first. If we deny that, the other one goes away. If we approve it, then at least we would have a potential for tabling the other one.
Okay.
Madam,
Go ahead, Dave.
sorry, Madam Chair. There is no variance needing to be sought for the 26 by 28. That meets the setbacks. It's the 2 illegals that are putting him over the 3.
Oh, I meant the 16 by 24. Sorry, I used the wrong measurement.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I think, yeah, he's referring to the one that's in the floodplain.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry,
Okay.
I pulled the wrong measurement.
I think that's a good suggestion that we do them separately because it could have different implications depending on which one is approved. So we will do them separately. The first one, what we'll do is, now I have to get my papers back here because I got rid of those other sheets on a pile.
It's the 16 by 24. I was using the wrong measurement.
Okay, we will do the, to leave as constructed an illegal residential accessory structure located partially in the floodplain and less than 100 feet landward of Canals Lake. We will do that one first, and depending on the outcome of that one, then we will know whether we need to do the application for the exceeding the number of buildings.
Bonnie, you're muted.
Well, that's probably good that I was muted because I was rambling. Okay, the variance then that we will do is to leave as constructed an illegal residential accessory structure located partially in the floodplain and less than 100 feet landward of Canals Lake. So number 1, is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located?
Madam Chair, it's R1 and a residential accessory structure is allowed in an R1 zone.
Okay, so we have one yes to question number 1. Is there anyone that disagrees with yes to number 1? All right, we will mark that as a unanimous yes. Number 2, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls? Well, I am going to say no to that one because of the reason that previously it was ordered by the county for that to be removed. So therefore, it's not really in harmony with the general controls of the county. Does anyone have a differing point of view on number 2?
I have a comment first, and then I'll think about whether it's different. This is Dennis Gregory. I think it's unfortunate that the original denial was not followed through, and then a subsequent property owner who believes they have a shed and a shed that's appropriate and legal inherits it, and then now may have to remove it. I think that's a difficult position, and so I'm just not really sure, as to this harmony. I tend to lean toward your comments, Bonnie, but I think the ultimate controls, that were in place should have taken care of this issue long before this property owner bought the property, and so I am going to, for that reason, say yes.
Okay, thank you. So then we will take a roll call. Jill?
Adding on to Dennis's comment, that shed has been there for 30 years. I think official control is to, protect the waterway, but also protect the property owner's property, trying to limit damage to their property. If the shed has been there for this many years, I believe that it is in harmony with the official controls to leave it there because it is, it's been there this long already, and it hasn't, it's the property exists already, and it has been for a long time.
Okay. Mike?
Yes.
Dave?
My comment would be is that everybody that buys lake property should go to Board of Adjustment and find out that all their buildings are legal before they buy. But I would say yes.
All right. Jake?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Okay. Number 2 is a yes. Number 3, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan?
Madam Chair, the applicant, as I understand it, is going to be required to make this a flood-proof property if we ultimately approve this variance. And so I think given that, it would ultimately be consistent with the comprehensive plan. And I should have looked up but I think it's goal 7. and objective 1.
All right, we have a yes for number 3. Is there anyone that disagrees with yes for number 3? I'll mark that as a unanimous yes. Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by official controls?
I think it's reasonable to have and use accessory structures on a property that you've purchased. He did not have knowledge that it was illegal at the time he purchased the property.
All right, we have a yes for number 4. Is there anyone that disagrees with yes for number 4? Then I'll mark that as unanimous. Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, as stated before, the shed has been there for a lot of years, 30 some years, and so that is unique to the property.
All right, we have a 1 yes for number 5. Is there any other dissenting comments? Okay, I'm going to vote yes, but I am going to comment that although the current landowner is the one that's being stuck with the problem, from our training, we were instructed that uniqueness of property couldn't be determined for the current landowner, that the previous landowners were included when we said landowner. But I'm going to say yes because I do believe he inherited a problem that he was not, probably was not aware of. Does anyone else have any other statements for number 5? Then we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, on that peninsula, there's any number of structures just like this. And so I think it will maintain the essential character. Plus, it's been there for 30 some years.
Okay, does anyone disagree with yes for number 6? We'll mark that as unanimous, yes. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I don't know that we discussed economics on this item.
Okay, so you are a yes. Is there anyone that disagrees with yes for number 7? Then we'll mark number 7 as a yes. We are ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we approve the applicant's request for a variance to leave as constructed a 16 by 24 residential accessory structure located in the floodplain in 88 feet landward of Canals Lake.
Okay, and Dennis, could I suggest, I know this is going to just happen, but could I suggest that you add a condition that they meet the requirements of the county for floodproofing this this building? Is that something you'd be interested in adding?
Sure, I'll accept that friendly amendment.
Right.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I just want to clarify, it sounds like the floodproofing is required by the state of Minnesota and not necessarily the county.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And I'll amend the friendly amendment thus stated.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Sean Blackburn, I'll second that motion.
All right, all in favor? We have Dennis making the motion, Sean seconding, Jill?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Jake?
Yes.
And I am a yes. So we have a unanimous yes, the motion carries. So then we will move on to findings of fact for to exceed the total number of accessory buildings allowed in the Shoreland Overlay District.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would, I don't know, suggest or make a motion to table this particular finding until our next meeting, subject to input from staff doing so.
Okay, and can you be specific on what information you want from staff so we make sure that we
Sure. As I was indicating earlier, my interest is whether or not that garage that is now a separate accessory structure, whether that building can be handled in such a way to make it an attached to the house, so that the applicant would just naturally get down to two structures at that point, and there would be no need for this variance.
All right, can I ask the applicant if he would be amenable to continuing this portion of his application? If you are, either way, if you agree to continuing it, it could be a yes or no decision. If we vote on it tonight, it could be a yes or no decision. Would you be amenable to carrying it over to the next meeting so you can it would not stop your building process of your garage, I believe. Is that correct? It would. All right. It would delay construction of the garage.
I can't wait. I mean, because I have people in line right now to get this started. I can get you or staff the information they need as quick as possible. I can tell you I'm not a building expert, but if your outside walls meet, it's connected. Pretty simple. I'll leave the middle wall out. It's no different than if I took the end of the house and pushed that out and made that part of the garage wall. It's connected.
Okay, so what you're saying is you're requesting that we move forward on voting on this portion of your request.
Please do.
All right, thank you. Dennis, I guess because the applicant is requesting us to vote, I guess we're at a position where we need to.
I would agree with you, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, then we'll go ahead with voting on this item. Number one is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, the property is located in R1 zoning, and alterations and additions are approved in that zoning.
All right, so Mike is a yes. Is there anyone that disagrees with yes for number one?
Madam Chair, I agree with Mike's statement that it's allowed in R1, but three structures are not allowed in R1, and so I would say no.
All right, then we will do a roll call. Jill?
Come back to me.
All right. Dave?
No.
Jake?
No.
Sean?
No.
And I'm a no as well. And Jill?
I'm going to say yes, because I believe that using an accessory structure in an R1 is reasonable use and is allowed.
All right, number two, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls?
Madam Chair, question for staff. Can I get some clarification on, it sounds like square footage of the accessory structures is within the limits, but it's just the number of accessory structures. Can I get some clarification on why the limit of accessory structures on this size of land is only 2?
Madam Chair, the ordinance reads, where's the ordinance here? Thank you. So ordinance 439 allows, as we discussed before, with the water oriented, essentially it does allow 3. However, all 3 of these structures are over 150 square feet in size. And so the water oriented would not be counted in the total, but any structure over 150 square feet is going to be considered calculating the total number of buildings and the total square footage. I don't know if that answers your question, Jill, or not.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead.
We're basing this on an ordinance that is determining where it's whether it's attached, if it shares a common wall, correct? Is that correct, Mr. Net?
I guess that would be accurate.
Okay, so if I don't have a wall in between my garage and it only starts at the house, which it would be attached at, that would be attached, correct, by ordinance?
I believe staff would need to, see the plan rather than just kind of verbally discussing it. So let's say, for example, if this part of your request is denied this evening, you would have the option of looking at redoing your design and bringing it into staff to see if it fits the ordinance.
I mean, I can do that in a matter of minutes tomorrow morning.
Well, depending on how we vote, that could be your option to do that.
Well, what I'm saying is what we're relying on, and I understand and I respect Mr. Net, is that he's the building official, and I'm in the building trades. I can tell you, like from your ordinance or your definition, if I take that middle wall out, it's attached. I would agree the way it's drawing, it is not attached by Mr. Net's definition or the ordinance. But if that middle wall is taken out and I leave it open, because there will be an opening, I'm taking that front door out where it goes to the side there where there's a little deck. That's going to be our entrance door in and out of the house. So I just take that wall out. It is attached. It shares the common wall.
And what I'd say about that is if you choose to do that, and if it meets the ordinance, then it doesn't really matter this evening whether you get a yes or a no vote on this part of your request.
Okay. I was
Only
just
if you
concerned
don't.
that I can't do anything for another 30 days is what I was concerned.
No, if we would vote no, and you would redesign it, bring it into staff, the drawings, and they would look at them and determine that it meets the requirement, you then would be able to go ahead. Am I correct, staff? They're all nodding their head yes.
Yes, and Madam Chair, I'd just like to make a correction. We're actually not licensed building officials, nor does Stearns County enforce the building code. So Dave and I can't make those calls tonight when we definitely would want to see the building plans. And then we could consult the township who does have building code and compare that to our ordinance, which may or may not conflict with building code. So we're happy to work with the applicant on all of this, depending on the outcome tomorrow or tonight or tomorrow, depending on how late we're here. So.
Okay, does that clarify things for you?
That clarifies it. Thank you.
All right. Then we are on question number 2. And we had some discussion going, but I did not mark down anyone's comments yet. So is there someone that's ready to give a yes or a no on number 2?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I do not think it's in harmony with the general purposes of the official control. I think the idea is not to have everybody build multiple structures around their residential building. And so I do not think it's in harmony.
All right, thank you. We have 1 no for number 2. Is there anyone that disagrees with no for number 2? Okay, hearing none, I will mark that as unanimous no. Number 3, is the variance request consistent with the comprehensive plan?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I think it is consistent for Goal 6, Objective 1, providing a diversity of housing prices and styles, meeting the needs of residents of different ages, incomes, and lifestyles.
Madam Chair, Sean Blackburn. I'm going to say that it actually is not consistent, which is why it needs a variance.
Okay, and I'm going to mark myself as agreeing with that. So we have 2 no's and 1 yes at this time, and I'll do roll call. Dennis?
No.
Mike?
No.
Dave?
No.
Jake?
No.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No.
Thank you. Item number, so that's 1, 2, 6, and it is a no for number 3. Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner, not permitted by official controls? Well, I would say it's a reasonable manner in which, desiring storage and garage facilities is a reasonable use of property. We have 1 yes for number 4. Is there anyone that disagrees with that? Okay, I'll mark that as a yes. Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I do think the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique. The 3 structures existed when he purchased the property.
Okay, we have a yes for number 5. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 5? Hearing none, I'll make that unanimous yes. Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I do not think it'll maintain the essential character. Everyone else is in compliance with the number of buildings.
Madam Chair, I do believe it will maintain the essential character of the locality as these buildings have all existed for the last 20 plus years.
All right, we have 1 no and 1 yes for number 6, so we'll do a roll call. Mike?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Jake?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So number 6 is marked as a yes. Question number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic concerns, yes or no?
Dave Nimrod, I think economics weren't a part of the discussion.
All right, so Dave is a yes. Is there anyone that disagrees with yes for number 7?
Madam Chair, Sean Blackburn. Actually, I think he mentioned himself that it was had an awful lot of economics to do with it, because he was losing money from the way it was poorly constructed, and he wants to fix that. So economics were a factor in this, in the plan.
All right, so you're saying no to this number 7. All right, we have 1 yes and 1 no. I'll do roll call. Dennis?
No.
Jill?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Jake?
Yes.
And I'm going to say yes because of the reason that he's dealing with existing structures. Just trying to change them around a bit. All right, so we have a yes for number 7. All right, we are ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we deny the applicant's request for a variance to exceed the allowed number of residential accessory structures for lots of his size.
All right. Do we have a second?
Mike Kane, I'll second that.
All right. Dennis has made a motion. Mike is seconded. We will do roll call. Jill?
So to clarify, the motion is to deny the variance?
Okay, if you vote yes, it is to deny. If you vote no, it would be to allow it to exceed the number of buildings.
No.
Dave?
Yes.
Jake?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
And I am yes as well. So a motion has been carried to deny the total number of accessory buildings to exceed what is allowed. If you have additional questions about your variance requests, you can contact county staff during regular business hours via telephone. Thank you. And now we're ready to move on to our last agenda item this evening. Our last item for this evening is to consider a request from Thomas Lashinsky and David Lashinsky of Avon, Minnesota, from Section 6.5 of Stearns County Subsurface Sewage Treatment System Ordinance 422 to construct a holding tank as a sewage treatment system to serve an other establishment. The said ordinance does not allow for the use of holding tanks to serve as other establishments. The affected property is 5.05 acres, part of the southeast quarter of the southwest quarter of Section 10, Track 125 North, Range 31 West of Albany Township. And the property address is 22048 County Road 53, Albany, Minnesota. And are our applicants with us this evening?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Thank you for your patience.
No problem.
From waiting a long time this evening.
That's okay. I understand.
You know the operations of government sometimes takes time. All right. I will ask staff if they can give us an introduction of this.
Applicants purchased the property in December 2017. They operate a storage facility business on this tract, and storage facilities are permitted use in the commercial zoning district. As you mentioned, the tract's approximately 5.05 acres. They obtained a construction site permit in July of 2019 to construct 2 of the They're planning 5 storage buildings overall in this tract, and they have a permit to construct 2. They want to do the holding tank to serve a convenience toilet in one of the permitted buildings. The design flow is 50 gallons per day. The designer recommends the holding tank because of the limited flow and low usage on a daily basis. So the property is not located in shoreland overlay. Municipal services, although close to municipality, they're not available to the property. The City of Albany, Albany Township, and owners within 500 feet have been notified. As I said, the property is in commercial zoning, and the applicant has submitted a holding tank design completed by a designer, including a signed maintenance contract. I have no correspondence, and did the board members have a chance to visit the site?
Dave Gamrod, I did not.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And applicant, if you could share with us any comments that you have.
Okay, yes. I believe that a storage tank is the best option there. A lot of the usage that would happen as truck drivers would come and go would probably mostly be washing dirty hands, not really bacterial related. So I believe if we did do a septic system, it would probably just freeze up, and the pump tank would really end up being just a small 600-gallon regular pump tank. So it would freeze, I believe, and it really wouldn't be very effective. So.
Okay, thank you. I don't believe there's anyone else here that has any other community members here to talk about this one. Board members, do any of you have questions for staff or for the applicant? I have one question for the applicant. Now, will this facility be open during day hours, or will it be only accessible by a key, or how are the people that are allowed to use it able to use it?
So there'll be some service doors, but typically each occupant will have a garage door opener in their vehicle to come to and from, and it will be open just to them. There'll be 12 units there total. It's all one big open clear span building, but most of the applicants would most likely be on the road during the week and typically just be home staggered times during the week. So.
Okay. And the reason I asked that question is I'm looking at its proximity to the Lake Wobegon Trail. If it were open during the day, I would think your usage would end up jumping.
Oh, that way, sure. No, it wouldn't be open to the public that way, so it'll be under lock and key.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would move to close the public hearing.
All right, do we have a second?
Jill DeLong, second.
Anyone opposed to closing the public hearing? Okay, so move to close the public hearing. I believe then we're probably ready to go right into findings. The variance request before us is to construct a holding tank as a sewage treatment system to serve an other establishment. Number 1, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, it's a commercial district and storage units are allowed.
Does anyone disagree with yes for number 1? Right. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls and any related ordinances, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe that the general purpose and intent of the official controls is that if there are waste services needed for human waste, that they are dealt with accordingly, and this is designed by an expert on those. So I believe that is in harmony with the general purpose.
We have a yes for number 2. Does anyone disagree? That will be a unanimous yes. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, Goal 7, Objective 1, looking at land use changes and how they respond to the natural systems. A holding tank will protect the natural systems and seems the right choice given the low water flow.
We have a yes for number 3. Does anyone disagree with that? Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner. I believe providing a bathroom and wash facility for his clients is very reasonable. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 4? Make that unanimous yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I don't know if there's a little bit of leeway here. It's not necessarily unique to the property, it's unique to the property use. And so I do think it is due to those circumstances.
Right? And we have a yes for number 5. Does anyone disagree with that? Okay, we have a unanimous yes to number 5. Number 6, the variance if granted maintains the essential character of the locality. I think several of the storage unit buildings are already there. By adding a bathroom facility to one of them will really not change the character at all of this area. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 6? Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than the economic considerations.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I don't think economics were a factor in this variance request.
All right, we have a yes for number 7. Does anyone disagree with yes? We have a unanimous yes, and we are ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we approve the variance request of the applicant to install a holding tank as a sewage treatment system for other establishment.
Okay, do we have a second?
So move.
Okay, that was Mike.
Yes.
And we have and I'll do roll call. Jill?
Yes.
Dave? Dave? All right, yes. Okay,
Yes.
Jake?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. That is unanimous. Yes, motion passes to offer a variance to construct a holding tank for an other establishment. Do we have any other business that we need to take care of this evening? Sounding like we do not. So therefore, are we
I
ready
move
for
we
a
adjourn.
motion to adjourn?
This is Jacob. I move we adjourn.
Okay, Jake makes a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it, Dave.
Okay, that was Dave. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Opposed?
Aye, aye, aye.
Aye, aye, aye.
All right. Thank you very much. And we
Good night,
will
all.
see you
I'd
next
make a
month.
comment that,
Hopefully we
anybody
could be
buying
in
big
person, but I doubt it.
should check with environmental services before you write the check.
Okay.
All right, bye, everyone.